Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Dusty Book Sniffers and Reading Whenever. We are here for our first sprint together for 2024. So, Happy New Year, Neva.
Happy New Year!
And Happy New Year to all those that have joined us in the comments and are watching as well. We're here for the long haul today. So, it is our 8-hour plus stream. So the plan is to just try and get as much reading and diamond painting done as possible, and we have no idea where the conversation will take us because it's generally driven by the viewers. We could end up anywhere. We just never know, do we? And how was your New Year, Neva?
So far, so good. You know what I'm saying? Out here, relearning how to drive. So, listen.
How's it going?
It's going fine. I mean, I got in the car and was like scared to do anything. You know what I mean? By the time that we got back, like I drove from the school back to the house, which the school that we drove to, like, I mean, it's on like a main road, so like you have to, you have stoplights and so, I mean, I think I'll be fine. I just have to get used to it because I don't drive, so.
Oh, okay. I can't not drive. I live too far away from anywhere. I have to drive.
I feel like give me like 2 weeks and I'll just be like driving everywhere. You know,
because it's been a hot minute since you've driven, isn't it?
Yeah, like 10 years.
Give yourself some grace. It's going to take a bit to get used to it.
Because there was really no like, first of all, for those that are not aware, like I never had a license. So the few times that I had to drive a car, it was in emergency situations. Like I had to get somebody to a hospital type situation. And so, but like I know how to drive a car. Like I know the mechanics of driving a car. Yeah. I just don't. Because then like I moved to Florida. Who needs to drive when you have public transportation?
True.
But now I'm kind of at a spot where like I don't like buying an Uber every time I have to go to work. It's just it's ungodly expensive. It's like $45 a day.
You can't afford that.
And I cannot.
No one can afford that unless they like.
It's like $100. It's like $180 a week or something for me to get back and forth to work. Absolutely not. Like I would spend way less than that just in gas.
So, yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
that's like that doesn't even cost me that to drive 6 hours.
Yeah,
like in fuel, like. Yeah, that's wow. I've never called an Uber, so I have no idea.
Like 100 and like for perspective, right? When we drove to Iowa last year, it cost us $200 round trip. Not how many miles to get to Iowa, and I know because I paid for the trip. It cost $200 round trip, and that included like driving. Like doing things, like we weren't just sitting somewhere, so we were like driving around, we were like doing things. It cost about $200, maybe $250 round trip. So like I could make a whole trip to Iowa and back for the amount of money. I would have to spend on Uber.
I think I'm in the wrong job. I think I need to start being an Uber.
Listen, once I get like really good at driving, I might just start Ubering people.
Hopefully. That's good money. Like you got 4 or 5 people, regular people that do that every week. That's not too shabby.
And you could definitely do it like around another job. Like
that's what I mean. Just as a side hustle, you'd be making cash.
I'm about to do it. Or I could just do like Uber Eats. You know what I mean? Then I'm not actually transporting people. I'm just transporting people.
And my daughter uses whenever she goes over to Toowoomba or she goes down to Brisbane, she's always getting Uber Eats because she forgets that I've got access to her bank account on my app. So I get like ting ting ting. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, well, when we do 24-hour sprints, which are coming up soon, but when we do 24-hour sprints, I always order off like Uber Eats or I tend to use Is it Uber Eats? No, it's something else. DoorDash. I tend to use DoorDash.
DoorDash, yeah.
But even so, like, yeah. I feel like people are really making, like, that's how people are making money during the pandemic.
I where I live, we don't have Uber, and we don't have DoorDash. Oh, well, that Macca's delivers, and that's it.
I mean,
and Macca's is dog
when I
food.
go home to Iowa, there's no DoorDash.
No.
I mean, we have like a couple of pizza places that will like deliver. Otherwise, like just go pick it up.
Yeah. Well, I suppose Domino's, they deliver, and whatnot. But yeah, but it's good that you're driving again and you've settled into your new house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Cool. It's close quarters. You know what I'm saying? Because we're in a. I mean, this room is very small, but I mean, I've managed to fit most of the stuff in here. We do have some stuff we have to go pick up from Dolly's house.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my phone started talking. That was weird. Anyway, scared me.
The look on your face was priceless. It was like, who the hell is in my room?
But yeah, I managed, like, we have 2 dressers over on that wall. So each dresser, this is like a 9 cubby shelf thing, which most people never saw because this was in my closet at the old house. Yeah. And then this used to be right here, but then I moved the Ari's dresser over there so I could make this into a diamond painting quarter because my bed is right there.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. And it's too hard to diamond paint on your bed after a while.
I did it for the first like 2 days that we lived here, and I was like, "This is not the vibe.
This is not where we should be right now."
Well, like we also have Ari's bed. Like we did move Ari's bed, and so her bed takes up like vertical space because it's a loft bed, and then we got my bed to fit under this way because it used to stick out, right? And we got it to fit under like the way a bed is supposed to go. So it just honestly, it just looks like a bunk bed now. Yeah, which is fine. But I like have like diamond painting stuff, like extras, and then my completed diamond paintings are under the bed.
Cool. And it'll be a work in progress for a little while because you've only just moved in, and you'll move stuff around until it gets right, and then you'll have more room.
Yeah, and I'll probably get some like more storagey stuff to put like on the walls. Yeah.
Yeah, because I used to share a room when I was younger. I shared a room with my brother and sister because we rented a lot of places, and we'd end up in 2-bedroom places. So there was a bunk bed and then a single bed usually in the room, and so any storage went up the walls. So I've always been really good at small places and fitting everything in because I just use the walls. Whether that be get cubbies like you've got there, like this here. I had none of this storage, and I've got 2 cubbies there, and I've got room to put a smaller, like a single one on top if I wanted to. So yeah, I've gone up the walls, and yeah, the same. I've gone right around the outside, and that gives me more room to walk around and everything like that.
Yeah, and I have 2 shelves. You can only see one, but there's one here, and then there's one that's like higher up. I just need to have the motivation, which I will, but I just need to have the motivation to organize the shelves because probably my books will go on this shelf, and then I'll just put stuff at the ends of each shelf just to keep the books like falling off the end.
Yeah, we can get like really cool baskets to put at the end of the bookshelves that are quite solid.
And then I have Ari's toy storage. You can't see it, but it's on the other side of this. And that has 2, 4, 6. It has like 8 cubbies in it, but she only uses 6 because she's too short to reach the last 2. So I use the last 2 for my stuff.
I feel her pain. I'm always short for things. I've got a cupboard in my walkway. I can't even reach the top shelf. It's like
But we have like Ari has like these little flower hooks hanging up, and then we have like a door hooks on the back of the door that I have my stuff hanging on. I did not realize how many hoodies I own. No one told me. So I had to fold those up. They're stored under the bed. I own so many hoodies. And I had to I didn't cancel it. I just didn't end up ordering TBR-thon merch. Because it wasn't going to get to the old house in time. And I didn't want to risk anything happening to it. I don't think anything would have, but like, even so. So I have to order TBR-a-thon merch, and every TBR-a-thon thing that I was gonna order is a hoodie. I'm gonna have so many hoodies. Like, if anyone hears me complain that I'm cold, please just be like, "Ma'am, you have 12,000 hoodies. Go put one on."
Go to your bed. Under your bed, you've got your hoodies there.
And actually, I forgot where they were earlier when I went to go drive. Because I think I've decided I don't want to drive in my winter coat.
So I don't like driving.
It's probably just going to be thrown in the back seat because that is it's just bulky and like uncomfortable. But I was like, oh my god, where are my hoodies? I know I moved them. Yeah, girl, they were under the bed. I have like 15 hoodies. I don't even know how I accumulated that many.
Well, all the merch and everything, you always buy a hoodie, don't you? You don't get t-shirts.
Yeah, so the only t-shirt that I have merchandise wise is my
Amazing Readathon.
And that's because she didn't do
something burnt.
I probably have to put the pizza in. Give me a second. Okay? It's fine. Go play. What? I need you to close that door because if the dogs come in here, bro.
What?
Absolutely not. Listen.
Kill me?
Listen.
Yeah.
I already have to figure out I'm going to save it, but I already have to figure out how to get dirt and dog hair out of this painting. So, what?
For the night, since you don't have to work, can I watch the iPad?
We might start having a look at who's in the comments. We've got Monica has joined us. Looking forward to today's sprints. Even walked the dog earlier so I can start with you on time. Awesome. Hello, Chris. How are you? Love Letter by Catherine Shine is a 1996 women's long list book. It's fun and comic. Excellent. Sounds like you're having better luck with all the backlisted stuff, Chris. Hey, Coda, how you going? Work for another hour, but I'll have you all in the background. Awesome. On both channels. Excellent. Thank you, thank you. Hello. Dealing with a migraine. Oh, no. For the past 8 hours. They're the worst. Just won't let up for some reason, but I'll be doing some cleaning and listening to the overnight guest and hoping to finish it up tonight. Awesome. Hope everybody is well. Hi, Christina, how you going? Jumping over between sprints, I'm working on my journal and step count while reading Eye of the World and sharing some sprint hopper joy with the like button. Awesome. I think everybody is sprinting right now.
I think sprinting too because I have. Yeah, that's why my phone started talking to me because it like gave me. I don't know why it gave me an ad in the middle of her sprint. That's really weird, but.
Yeah, okay. I didn't think they did that.
I didn't think so either, but then it started giving me an ad, and I was like, what is going on?
I didn't think they did that with monetization on live streams. There you go.
Me either, but I guess we learn something new every day.
Yeah, true. Sharing some sprint hopper joy with a like button. We've already read that. Hello, family and books. Thank you for joining. Cool Gamer's also here. Tina is also here and 13 minutes left on the thriller, so I'm going to finish that. Awesome. And Courtney is also here. Stacey has also joined us. Welcome, welcome. Some new names. I haven't seen them before, so I don't know what channel they're watching from, but yeah.
Welcome.
Sure. Yeah, welcome. Whichever channel you're watching from. Yeah. I've obviously had no sleep. It was so hot here last night, and I just kept tossing and turning. So I've had a total of 5 hours sleep, and I went to bed at 11 o'clock last night. So it's great. The night before, I had great sleep, but last night, not so much. Don't think I'll survive that long. That's okay. That's fine. Neither is. It's like riding a bike. You'll remember in no time at all because the Midwest is pretty barren, and as long. Yeah, that's like where we live too. There's hardly there's only traffic lights in our town, and then once you get out of town, it's just pretty much straight driving.
I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like if there was no one else on the road, I would be fine.
Yeah. So you've got your learner's permit, obviously.
Yeah. So it's the other people that make me nervous.
Yeah.
I am sorry to say this, but I am that person that will just like sit there until there are no cars. Like. I'm not trying to go up cars. I'm not trying to like beat you to turning. I'm not trying to do that. Like I was literally just like sitting at the stoplight, And my coworker, because she took me out to drive, you know, because she bought a car, and now I'm gonna buy it from her. That's basically how. Basically, she is setting my life straight. So, but I was just like sitting there, and I was like, "There's a car coming," and she was like, "Okay." She was like, "It's okay." She's like, "Just wait for whatever car is." Like, I mean, I literally sat at a stoplight or a stop sign for like 5 minutes because I was like, "I'm
fine.
not."
If you're not a confident driver and you make a rash decision, that could end very badly. So it's better to be overcautious, and as time goes on, you will get better at judging how fast and everything is going. So,
listen, I was riding the brake when I started. By the time that we got back, I had hit 27 miles per hour. So I'm just saying.
I don't even know what that is in kilometers.
Let me find out. But I'm just saying that's a lot of growth considering that we drove for about 45 minutes.
I think that's about 55 kilometers an hour, I think. Around about that. When I taught, because I taught both my girls to drive, Savannah, she was a bitch. I swear she was doing it on purpose. My skirts on her seats were quite slippery because I wear long skirts all the time. And she'd go around a corner and it would be like I'd be up against the window. She'd put her foot on the brake and I'd slide in the seat. Even though I had the seatbelt, my butt would slide. And oh, man. And then the first time I went around a roundabout with Nerali, it was like I was on a roller coaster. She screamed the whole way around. I'm like, what the freaking hell are you doing?
So, 27 miles per hour is 43 kilometers.
Okay. Well, see, our speed limit around our towns, wherever it's built up, is only 50 kilometers. So, yeah, that's not that bad.
In order to get to work, like, to comfortably, like, be at a speed that would be comfortable for, like, me and other drivers around me, I need to get to about 40 miles per hour. But I have from now until Sunday. Like, I work Sunday night. Yeah. So, I'm hoping to be able to drive to work on Sunday, but I might not be able to. I might have to just, like, take an Uber. But I really, since Ari starts school on Monday, I need to be able to get her to school.
Yeah.
On Monday, which her school is only 3 minutes away, so it's not like it's far. You mean?
So, do you have a license, or do you have to have a driver with you in the car?
So, I have like what they would consider like a work permit. So basically, like I can take Ari to school, and I can take myself to and from work.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
But if I'm going anywhere else, then I have to have somebody that's licensed.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, her school's only 3 minutes away. We went and we saw it today, and it looks nice. You know, it's very diverse. I'm not gonna lie.
So, will you walk her to school in summer?
I could. It's only about like a 20-minute walk. It's really not that far. Which, like, I know that seems far to people, but like, if it's warm outside, it's not that far.
No, like I wouldn't do it now, like you're in winter, but in summer, yeah.
Yeah, but we went and we looked at it and everything. She's supposed
warmer weather anyway.
It's really nice school. I didn't even know that this was possible, but it's like bougier than the other school she went to. She has to wear a uniform, which she wasn't really on board with until she saw that everyone else also had to wear a uniform. So I don't think she believed me when I was like, everyone else wear this too, until we got there. I don't know. People want me to move back to Iowa, but I'm a little apprehensive because, like, I love Iowa, but it's not diverse.
Yeah, no.
There's a lot of white people. And this school is like, it's like it would be considered semi-private.
Yeah. So well, it's got a uniform, so.
Yeah. So it's considered semi-private. They have like a lot of awards. It's like one of the best schools in the state. I mean, everybody was like really nice. You know what I mean? So I think it'll be fine. But it goes from kindergarten to 8th grade. So, yeah. Cool. So she was really upset that she couldn't start today. Like, she started crying. And I was like, why are you crying? And she's like, I just want to start school. Like, she loves school. Like, I'm glad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes your job easier.
Yeah. So, it'll be fine. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna drive. You know what I mean? Once I'm confident, I'll like not vlog while I'm driving, but I'll vlog from my car. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I'll be like going to work. I'll be like one of those vloggers that like doesn't talk to the vlog while she's driving, but is like recording when she's driving. You know what I mean?
Yes, I've done it. I've done a few of those where I'm used to long distance driving and that. So I'm driving to Brisbane and I've got to film sometime, or I'm driving to the Sunshine. I've got no choice. This is my life. I have to do this. So I've got little clamps that I just put the mobile phone on, and then I just start talking and all the rest of it. And I watch it back and I'm like, sometimes it looks like I'm not even holding the steering wheel, but I'm holding it down the bottom. I mean, I've been driving for 42 years. Like,
yeah. Well, and the car came with like a phone holder, and it's like right at the perfect like eye level. Like, I don't know, like he redid the whole inside of the car. It only cost me $2,500 USD, and like he redid the whole inside, so like the whole dash is like redone. I just have to figure out. My coworker is gonna have to message the person she bought it from, because we don't know how to make the radio work. It says you need a code.
Oh yeah, so we've had that too. You sometimes when you get a car that you'll need a code. So I know with Neralee's one, Brendan ended up having to ring Mazda to get the code for it.
Okay.
Yeah,
so I'll find out. I know. I think it's. I don't know what kind of car it is.
But the previous owner should have the code. We didn't know who the previous owner was of the car that Neralee had, so that's why we rang Mazda.
She's gonna get a hold of them and find out, because it has like a CD player in it, which that makes me sound old. But like, I'm not really about to like go to Walmart or Target and just like raid their CD collection. Like, I'm not above a CD.
I'm not above a CD either.
Like, I'm really not.
If
like
it plays music, that's great.
Yeah, I mean, it would be cool. I don't think it says it has like an aux cord, but I don't know where that would be. Like, it has the aux option, but I don't think it's Bluetooth. You know what I mean? So like,
no, probably not Bluetooth, but you're probably able to put an aux lead in. So just look for what looks like a headphone jack on the front of the it'll be in some obscure place on the fascia of the stereo.
Okay.
Because on my old car I had the aux. It didn't have Bluetooth capability, but I could plug until Samsung took away the headphone jack. I could plug my phone into it and have it as Bluetooth.
Yeah, and I can just get an adapter for my phone to plug it in, which like is fine. But like, also, again, I'm not really above a CD, you know.
Yeah, as long as it plays music, that's all that matters. And there's no ads either, so no apple pie Macca's ads at 3:00 in the morning for you, my friend. They've still been really quiet. Hello, Deb, and welcome. Happy New Year to you too. Reading The Husband and Wife by K.L. Slater. So good. Awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Oh, my God. No, it doesn't cost that much to drive myself. I know. I get a full tank for about $30-ish at the current price. My tank is a quite large one, and it cost me $100, which would be about $70 US. Give or take.
I'm not sure how much it will take, but I know that the car's a hybrid, so the gas mileage on it is really good. So like,
and I get about the same. I can usually get about 800 kilometers out of mine, which between 720 and 800 kilometers, depending where I'm driving to, and whatnot. So yeah. Hello, Jean. How are you going? Currently reading Auction by Maggie Cole, about only 10%, and starting to feel a little bit better. Not sure it's going to hang out with my family this weekend for Ukrainian Christmas. Okay. You're still sick from the other day. That's not good. I hope you're feeling better. Convenience costs, but it can be dangerous. Yeah, fully. Absolutely. I'm not big on convenience. I'd rather chop my own veggies, thanks, and drive myself. And so I've seen some of the Ubers and the way they drive in the city, and I'm like, nope.
That's what I'm saying. Tina, if you didn't like Pretty Little Wife, I will say that was her debut thriller. I personally have given everything I read by Darby Kane 5 stars, but don't go off what I do, because I tend to like things other people don't. I would suggest reading either her newest one, which I haven't read yet. I need to actually read it because it's the B&K book club book for this year, and I've been just like sitting on it because I was waiting for B&K book club. But I really did like, what was it called? The Replacement Wife. I really did like that one. So the second one, I think it came out last year. No. It came out in 2022, I'm pretty sure. And then
don't think I've ever read anything by Darby Kane.
Because this newest one just came out at the end of, like, in December of 2023. So, yeah, I would get that one. Like, I would try her second book. They're psychological thrillers, so just remember that. So I think really I rated them based off of vibes and not necessarily off of originality, because I feel like you can only do a thriller so many ways.
Well, yeah, someone dies, we look for the murderer, there's a twist, someone's stalking you, like.
I tend to give thrillers ratings based off of how it made me feel while reading it.
Yeah.
So, like, the book I read last year, No Home for Killers, that was a thriller that I'd never even heard of the author. I got it off NetGalley. I gave that thing 5 stars simply because I didn't figure out the twist. Like, that was simply why I got 5 stars. I mean, the writing was really good. Like, everything else about it was good, but it was a thriller. Like, you know what I mean?
It was a run-of-the-mill thriller, yeah.
But the ending, like, caught me off guard. Now, I don't try to figure thrillers out anyway, so most thrillers catch me off guard, but sometimes, like, the twists are stupid. Like The Invitation. That was terrible book.
Didn't read it. So. Yeah. I've seen a lot of people were reading that and they didn't like it, so I just went, I'm not going to waste my time. The best thriller I read last year was Elevator Pitch. I'm never getting in an elevator ever again.
Oh my God. I read The Last Flight while being on a flight, because I saw it and I was like, oh, this cover is so cool, and I didn't read the synopsis. For some reason, I didn't realize that it would be like watching the show Manifest and then getting on a plane.
Yeah.
Last flight while flying, and was convinced I was going to die. Like, I was convinced. I was like, that's it. I'm not even going to make it to my destination. Like, I got off that plane with so much anxiety, and my grandma picked me up from the airport and was like, are you okay? And then I had to explain to my grandma what I had done, and she was like, why would you do that? And I was
like, this is my question as well. Why?
I didn't know. And then in that trip, my sister was like, maybe we should start watching Manifest. And I'm like, we can start watching Manifest when I safely get back to where I need to be. Thank you. The Last Flight, though, it was a 5-star book for me. Like, I really did like the book, but I was absolutely convinced I was dying on that flight.
Oh, the things we do. Bathurst, Bathurst is pretty big now. Kingaroy is a hell of a lot smaller. The insurance and the cost of the car and the maintenance can sometimes be a lot too. Yeah, true. I can't drive because my legs choose when they want to work. It's probably a good thing. I get passenger road rage. I do too. Yeah, I become a different driver. I'm
not gonna lie to you. Y'all would make fun of me for how close I have to have the seat. I'm so short. Like, I didn't realize how short.
I'm all short. We're all short here too, so we have it. Like, Brendan tries to get in the car, and it's like he's got a
knee. Listen, because, like, you only use the one foot. You only use your right foot, for the brake and all that stuff. So my left knee, it rests right, like the steering wheel. The bottom of the steering wheel hits my knee, and my knee sits like that because I have to be that close. I'm so short. Like, I was trying to get it as close as I could, and I'm like this. I'm like a grandma. Look. And I was like, maybe I should get, like, the cushions you can get for the seat. I'm about to get
booster one. Seat. Call it what it is. It's a booster seat.
Boost myself up a little bit. I'm so short. Like, I didn't realize how short I was. So now I'm like, maybe I should drive. Maybe I was meant to drive, like, a higher car.
Like I don't know. Or something.
Does that make it so that you can? Because I feel that's the thing. I'm used to driving vans because my mom had like minivans my whole life.
Yeah.
And the minivans put you much higher.
Yeah.
You can see more.
Yeah.
Of the road.
I've got a what do they call them? SVU or whatever they call them. Yeah. So it's up, and I can. Yeah, yes, that's a TV show.
We are over here driving a special victims unit, so just so
yeah, fully. That's who I work for. Yeah, so I can see everything, and Neralee's, her car was quite low, and you could still see everything out of it, but you've got to use your car differently. You've got to use the bonnet of your car a different way when you're short. You actually drive different to someone that can see everything.
You do.
And she gets in my car and she's going, "Oh my God, it's like a truck," because she's so up.
And because you can see everything.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't realize how low to the ground a little 4-door car is. I mean, it'll be fine. But at some point, I probably will get a van. Maybe I'll just have, like, both cars. Because, I mean, technically, that one will be paid off.
Yeah, yeah.
So, like, I probably won't get rid of it. You know what I mean? But I probably will buy, like, a minivan. Because why not?
Why not? That's it. Same, except McDonald's does not do that here. Yeah, they never used to do that here, but when the pandemic hit, all of them were delivering. Yeah, and I'm surrounded by farms as well. So the closest town to me is 21 kilometers away, which equates to about 25 minutes away. Chris said that sounded like the beginning of a horror movie. My phone was talking to me.
It felt like a horror movie. I was like, what is speaking?
No. Courtney is doing some diamond painting. Awesome. I'm going to do a little bit of cross stitch, but first I've got to do a little bit of ironing because I did a massive fabric dye yesterday, so I've got to get all the orders out and packaged up so I can duck down to the post office and get them all off. It's amazing how much stuff you accumulate throughout life.
I'm not even going to talk about how much crap we threw away. Like, because I just moved everything, and then we started going through it, and I was like, why do I even have this?
I'm saying, well, I said to Brennan the other day, for those that don't know, Brennan's my husband. I said to Brennan the other day that I want to start scaling down because I'm moving into a smaller dwelling from here because Neralee's moving out of home in August, September of this year. Then it's just me here in a 4-bedroom house by myself because Brennan's over there because we still haven't sorted out the security and stuff. So basically I said to him, I want to start getting rid of stuff because I've got a country style 4-poster bed. It's huge. It's a big dressing table, all that sort of stuff. So I said to him, I'm just going to start scaling down. So the first thing to go is the lounge because I hate it. It's so big and bulky, and my lounge room's so small, and I hate it. I was away at retreat when he decided to purchase that, and I would have vetoed that purchase.
She was like, now I know why you waited till I was gone.
Yeah, it was all a bit suspect. I'm like, I must admit. You're up to something. Yeah, they are still lingering. You can still hear it in my voice. I've still got the cough. Is Neva feeling lighter and happier since 2000?
Listen.
24 will be your year.
All I'm gonna say is I got rid of 175-pound weight. Okay. No, I mean honestly,
ultimate weight loss. Feeling lighter already.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I mean, people, like, I went home and everybody was like, "Oh, you seem so happy," and I was like, "Oh, thanks." I'm fine. I think you don't realize how stressed out you are until you're not stressed out anymore. You know?
Yeah.
So yeah, we're good. You know what I mean? We're out here living our best life.
That's all that matters. Have you ever taken dance lessons?
Like, no. Like, not traditional dance lessons. So, in high school, well, junior high to high school, I was a cheerleader. Which, I mean, that requires dance. In high school, I was on dance team, and then I was also in the color guard in high school, so I guess technically you could say I took dance lessons. I don't know. I also did, like, musical theater, which that takes dance. But I didn't, like, take, like, what would be considered, like, traditional, like, go to a dance studio dance lessons.
I never took dance lessons. Ads during sprints right now seem to be a thing. It seems to be a new setting people need to turn off. Happened a lot during the reindeer readathon.
Well, and it's only doing it when she's actually in a sprint. Like
Oh,
right now she's in a sprint and it did it again. Like
okay.
he
So
went
they
in
must be setting the sprints as chapters.
something. I don't know. I mean, I
Because
don't.
that's really the only way that to my understanding, and I'm probably completely wrong,
I
but
mean,
that's how the the autumn AI picks it up.
I feel like get your money, honey. You know what I'm saying? But like,
Did you put the pizza back?
not yet.
I'm starving.
You're starving. Okay.
Hello, Stargator. Starting Coconut Drop Dead. Net Gully. Awesome. Snazzy Moose has also joined. Bryce is also here. Very excited for the 8-hour plus sprint. Our first chatty bit we're about to go to a sprint. It usually goes for about 40 minutes, and then we're going to some hour sprints. And all that sort of stuff. So yeah, we'll be here for a while. Just got hold of Fourth Wing audio today. Immersive reading, also diamond painting. Judging by Neva's face and having read her review on
Jen, I'll be right there. Jen, I hope that you enjoy Fourth Wing. I gave it 3 stars, which apparently that got sad face reactions from Reni and Kelsey, which I believe they both gave it 5 stars. I knew it wouldn't be a 5-star book, but I let Ari pick my first read of 2024. I did listen to the audiobook. I kind of jumped between audio and Kindle, but I ended up listening to most of it on audio. Probably maybe half each. So I counted it as an ebook just because I need to read my Kindle library down, you know? It was fine. I just feel like the execution wasn't good. The concept of the book, like if it was written by somebody else, I probably would have liked it more.
So let me get this straight. Fourth Wing is written by the author that wrote a fantasy book for people that don't like fantasy. Is this correct?
Yes. She wanted it to be an all-inclusive fantasy novel. It reads... It's just not very good. It reminds me of the Divergent series, which if I read this if this book had come out when Divergent did and I had read it, I would have given it 5 stars. Yeah. And I know myself well enough to know that because I read Divergent when I was in high school.
Yeah.
Well, then I reread it when I was in jail, but that's beside the point. Listen, I was only there for like 30 days, but like
it doesn't you gotta kill time somehow.
In fact, like I reread the Divergent series in like 4 days because what else are you gonna do? I will say that they really did the narrator for the audiobook dirty by making her record it while she was sick because she's actually a really good narrator. She does a lot of Marissa Meyer's books. All of them, I don't know, but I know she does like the Cinder books. She does those. And the
narrator for the Cinder books is good.
Yeah, but she sounds terrible in Fourth Wing because she's sick. Like she's obviously sick. You can hear her like sniffling and like clearing her throat. Like it was terrible. The audiobook was not great, but I didn't judge it off the audiobook. The writing is just not good. The dialogue was like not on par. I just feel the concept of the book was good. I just didn't feel like the execution was there. So I gave it 3 stars. And then somebody commented and like praised me for saying that the book wasn't very good, which I mean,
yeah, they appreciated your honest. Finally, a bookstagrammer that's honest.
Yeah, that's all you're gonna get.
I've read it. I hearted it. I didn't comment because I
was like, welcome to the Chaos Friend, because like, listen, I'm not going to tell you that the book is good if I don't think it's good. It's not the person.
Thank you, Shannon. Yeah, I was quite surprised when I looked this morning. I'm like, oh wow, okay, that's a jump, because last week I was under 700 and Shannon was trying to get me to 700, so that was good.
Yeah,
and maybe you're creeping up too. Just
I am. I've actually jumped a little bit because the last time I checked, it was at 578. And that was when I was gone, and it was just like stalled at 578. So I was like, that's fine. That's all I'm gonna get. Okay, but I am gonna be more consistent with content now that like Ari is back at school and we're more like
it's hard when you've got to create content and you've got your kids around. When my kids were all at school and everything, and then they were home for school holidays, like it's easier now that they're older. But when school holidays are around, the amount of times that they'd walk out and go, hey mum, the amount of hey mums that I had to take out of videos, it was just easier not to do videos on school holidays.
Vlogs, like people have asked where Bree's vlog is. It's being made. Like you're gonna get footage from both 2023 and 2024 because I did read the first book 2023, but it's actually even hard for me to record vlogs if Ari is in my face. Like a lot of the vlog clips that I record are when she's at school because it's she wants to be in front of the camera, which I know that someone, I don't know who, but I know that someone bought her like I put it on her wish list. So like I'm hoping that maybe I can be like, can you go in the other part of the house and like vlog?
Yeah.
Which she has not received her Christmas presents yet because they're still at Dolly's. I am gonna go get them. Probably like if I can be driving in like the next week, I'm just gonna drive myself over there.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
And get them. But she will get them. She will open them. And also, I'm trying to fix the stupid memberships. I think what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, I haven't had notification that they're back on yet. So
I think what I'm gonna do because they want like a website. I don't have a website, so I think I'm going to transfer. I'll write a community post for those that want to still be part of the membership. Like, if you don't, it's fine. But I think I'm gonna transfer.
I don't think you need to have a website, hon, because I set mine up. Originally, I didn't have a website, and I just set it up with YouTube as my website.
Okay, I'm gonna have to figure it out because it wants a website for AdSense.
Yeah,
and I'm really about to just transfer everything over to Patreon.
Yeah, well, the thing is, right? If you hit 1,000 and you monetize, you're still going to have to set it up anyway. But just put YouTube as your monetization.
Okay.
I'll
try to fix it in the first sprint.
Yeah. Because that's all I put for mine. And Brendan doesn't have a website. Like I've got a website now, and Brendan has no website at all. And we just put in YouTube. They just want to know what site you want to monetize, where you're getting the AdSense revenue from.
Okay. Then I'll mess with it and I'll try. But I might put up a poll and just see because I know how to use Patreon and I think they take less money. Yeah, that's what Bree's saying.
I'm on Patreon and I can't even tell you.
Well, that's what Bree's saying here. Just switch to Patreon.
Yeah.
So I think what I'll do, I will fix it because eventually I'll be monetized.
Yeah.
But I will fix it. But I
don't even on my craft channel, I don't have the join feature.
Yeah, so I think what I'll do is I'll just turn memberships off, but I'll let y'all know that I'm doing it. Like I'm not just gonna, but I'll try to fix it, and then I'll just turn memberships off on the YouTube. And you still want to be part of it, I'll just do it. The tiers will be the same on Patreon. I won't like change anything. But I do have like paid content that I want to make, so like I need to get on it. To be honest.
Yeah.
2024 is the year of things. So
yeah, it's going to be a bit of setup in the beginning, and then you'll be cheering and all the rest of it because you've had like some huge life changes in the last 2 months. So yeah. All right, we might go for a sprint because this is not getting any work done or any reading done. We're going to do an hour. I'm going to
find your thing. I'm going to find it so that I can mark it. I'm gonna be I'm gonna be responsible here. I think we were right there. It started.
Is it?
I started.
Okay, cool.
Can you see it?
Oh, look at that. No, it's further down.
It's further down?
Yeah, it's further down than that. I don't know where it is. I'm at the next comment after Shannon's was
Okay.
Yeah. So that's where we're at.
There we go.
You remember it. Awesome. All right, we will see you all in an hour because we're going to do an hour sprint.
Oh, you mean that pizza? I thought you meant the real pizza.
Girl, I'm coming to put it in right now. Hang Goodbye. On. Yes.
I'm gonna close your door, okay?
2.
Okay. Let me just see. There we go. It's going to change. Add to stage. All right. I was having a moment there. Anyway, we will see you in an hour.
I know.
Well, hello, everybody.
Maybe a little bit. What now?
How did you go?
I got through the prologue of Eye of the World. I also like ate pizza. Yeah, apparently everybody's like supposed to be at chapter 6 or something, and I did not start this yesterday, so I was like, oh, maybe I should do this during 8-hour sprints. I feel like I can get to chapter 6. I'm just listening to the audiobook. I'm not immersion reading.
Mm-hmm.
But wow, the prologue really packs a punch, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yes, it does.
There's really no easing you in, apparently.
No.
So I did that. I think this is gonna be good. I'm trying to decide if I'm gonna speed it up or not. I don't know. I haven't heard the lady narrator yet.
She speaks a little bit faster.
Okay, because
I found with the first few books, I would speed him up, then slow her down.
Okay, because he's at 2 times speed right now, and I'm like, bro, I could probably listen to you at 2.5. Because you don't have an accent. You know what I mean? I mean, he has an American accent, is what I mean.
Yeah. I was going to say, I beg to differ. He does have an accent.
Yeah. But to me, he doesn't really have an accent. Yeah. Yeah, and then I got almost done with another school. What the hell? Another square of this painting. It's fine. Which I have to try to figure out how I'm gonna get like all of this. Listen, the dog got in here the other day, and I had it because this is my big canvas, right? So this is my white rabbit canvas. Okay, I had it laying.
Hold it up again. You're too quick.
Here you go, y'all. White rabbit. So I was working on this at the end of the year. It came over because I knew I wasn't gonna get it done. Okay. Because I didn't take it with me to Iowa. So
okay.
Next time I will. But like I will take a canvas with me. But anyway. So
did you only take the little ones with you?
Yes, I ordered paint gem ones.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And then I left them at my dad's house because I didn't feel like bringing them back. Because honestly, I only did like 3 of them, and I was like, this is really not the vibe. Like I don't think the paint gem is really for me. They're just
they're so small, yeah.
Like, you're just so small, and like you get them. I was able to do one in like an hour. I don't know, it just wasn't really like satisfying. That's like I felt like it took way more work to like kit up the diamonds than it. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm just spoiled because I've been doing like large canvases. I don't know. But anyway, the dog got in here and stepped all over my canvas.
Oh no.
So like I don't even want to like I probably won't. I'm gonna switch out. Thank God I had these release papers on and not my bougie ones because I would have literally cried. But like there's dirt and like mud like all over like the release papers. The canvas itself seems to be fine, but there are spots where there's like dirt and like dog hair in the canvas. Fair enough. And I looked because this is the one that I ordered on Black Friday, and they have this canvas, but only in square. They're sold out in rounds right now. Are they? So I'm like, I don't want to replace it in square because I didn't want this one in square.
You don't like squares anyway.
So,
thanks for the shout out too, by the way, on Instagram.
And I have this canvas that I'm working on that's in squares. It's a smaller canvas, but this is the one that ML and Ollie gave me. Yeah. And like, look how pretty the colors are.
Let me just make it bigger because I can barely see it myself. So hold it up.
Let me see. Oh, here we go.
Oh, they are pretty, aren't they?
And then like all of this, like this pink down here, this is ABs.
Yep.
All ABs. And then this light blue up here is all ABs. Like this sucker, for only having 28 colors, it has 4 ABs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's
And I mean,
wild.
it is really pretty. Like, don't get me wrong. And actually, this one's working up a lot. Clearly, I'm much faster with squares. Because this is working very fast. Like, I only started this, like, 2 days ago.
Oh, okay.
And I haven't been, like...
Do you think it's just because you've got used to them now and...
Yeah. Honestly. Because, like, now I just know, like, girl, you're gonna have to single place. Like, I'm not very good at multi-placing with squares.
Yeah, I was doing a square one the other day, and I don't know, which one was I doing? I can't remember. It was one. Oh, it's this little one that I got in wherever I put that. That I got in the Advent over Christmas on the craft channel, the diamond painting one from Admiral Zest, and it's got squares in it, and I tried to multi-place. Oh my god, what a disaster. Back to single placing.
Yeah, so I do single place my squares. Now, I will sometimes use my multi-placer to single place. Because I can kind of, like, grab, like, 4 and then kind of just, like...
Yeah.
Single, yeah.
But you do it at, like, an angle sort of thing, and they go down singly.
I'm contemplating rolling this one up and, like, taking a break. I don't want to. But, like, I'm contemplating it because, like, it's like, kind of bumming me out. Like, all this dog hair.
You need to clean it off first.
Plus, I have this one. I do have one more. This is the last unopened diamond that I have. But this is my 10th Doctor. And this is a round. So I need to do a Diamond Art Club order, which I already know what I'm getting. So here's the thing. I'm a little annoyed with Diamond Art Club.
Why?
So Ari wants the Teletubbies paintings. So they have all 4. But Lala and Dipsy are in squares. Tinky Winky and Poe are in rounds.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They'd have
but they're all...
Did they sell out of the others, or?
No. Like, that's just how they are sold. Which, like, fine, I guess. But, like, why would you do that? Anyway, so here's what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna order them because Ari wants them. And I told her I would order them and frame them and all that crap. So we're gonna do that.
Yeah.
But I'm going to use one, like, I'm basically gonna let people vote whether they want to see Tinky Winky or Poe, I guess. And I'm gonna use one of the round ones in my, like, beginners, whatever. But now all the new canvases, which these ones are not new ones, but I guess any paintings that you order that are, like, new releases now have perforated sheets.
Paper. Yeah. I've seen that.
So Dragon Wing Diamonds was doing one that has the perforated sheets. I'm not impressed. Like, the struggle that she had trying to, like...
Yeah, I did see. I can't remember who it was. I was watching someone, and I seen the same issue that they were having as well. That it wasn't as easy.
Like, I will show people, like, through this thing or whatever. I'll show people how to, like, do the. I mean, we're gonna be learning how to section our canvas with washi tape together because I don't do that. But I feel like I need to show that because that's an option. I guess I'll also try to get... Well, I mean, I will end up with...
I wouldn't show it all in one video, though.
No. So, the first video will basically be just diamond painting straight out of the box. Like, how you can diamond paint if all you have is what comes in the box. Now, I'm sorry, I will not be that person that, like, completes an entire diamond painting in a time lapse with what comes in the box. I'm not doing that. I'll show you how to diamond paint with this stuff in the box, but, like, I refuse, after using these chunky pens like this, I refuse to use the pen that comes in the case. Like, you can do it, but, like, I refuse. But, like, I'll show all the ways to do it, but, like, I'm just really not very impressed with what I've seen of the perforated cover sheets. Like, I will still be using my relief papers. So,
fair enough.
Personally.
Well, I am reading, you know, like, go big or go home, right? So I'm reading The Passage, and I'm also buddy reading book 13 with Coda. I went a little bit further, Kodo, if you're in the comments. I ended up way past 33. I think I ended up at 35. I was dyeing fabric and I didn't realize. But then when I realized, I went over to passage. So I started this yesterday and I'm a little bit further on than 136 pages. But this is moving really quickly. Like, I was actually really surprised. Like, this has been sat on my shelf for so long and I do not know why. Do I have
Maybe
any
it just-
idea
Maybe it
what
was
it's
just.
about? Not really.
I was gonna say maybe you were just intimidated because of how big it is.
Yeah, well, it's got nearly 1,000 pages in this one, and there's a trilogy, and I've got book 12. Book 12. I've got book 2 down here somewhere, and it looks to be a bit the same. And I thought it was a duology, but it's actually a trilogy. Thanks to Jean for telling me that it was a trilogy. Devastated me when I got that message. It's all good. But I got this in one of the book grocer boxes, and we've got it several times. It is broken up into several parts, and I believe I'm getting it's about vampires, maybe. I haven't really got very far into it at the moment. We've just had a group of scientists went into the Bolivian jungle, I think it was. Some stuff went down with bats, and then there was some stuff where there was only 4 survivors. They came out. They were terminally ill patients that went into the jungle, apparently, and they came out and they were essentially healed from all their cancers.
Wow.
And but they didn't survive. So I'm not entirely sure what's really going on. Like, they were alive for, I think it was 45 days or something like that. But now there's a dude that lost his wife that's doing some sort of experiments on death row patients. But there's a little girl that's just come into it and she has some sort of special ability, don't know yet. Like, there's 1,000 pages in this book. There's going to be a shit ton of stuff happening. And I just figure, like, this is just the setup for it. So, but it's moving it's really well paced. Like, it's moving really quickly. Like, I don't feel like I've read 137 pages. I feel like I've only been in the story for a little while. So not because it's boring, it's just moving really fastly. So I was planning on reading it over the month. I possibly will get it finished in this coming week. So, yeah, go big or go home, as they say. And then back to the comments now. Bryce says, I don't even trust myself to drive. I've got no choice. Driving can be so dangerous. I live where there are a few roundabouts and the accidents almost every day. People lose their minds over roundabouts. My daughter, the first time she went around, as I said, it was like while I was on the roller, she was screaming and like it scared the bejesus out of me too. Like, I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Other drivers terrify me, Lexi says, especially even more when since working eyes in eyes.
I think she works like
oh, okay,
like with people's eyes.
yeah,
You understand?
Okay, cool. I was like, I haven't had much sleep, and this is not my brain is not processing this comment. So, but yeah, that makes sense. Hello, Elena. I've just got 5 books from the library and went to excellent Citibank and Bank of America. Awesome. To deposit my money in the bank. Excellent. It's not far in nice weather. No. Burn off some of those energies.
Yeah,
anyway.
I think
yeah.
Once it gets warm, like, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
To walk.
Thank you. That's it. Don't forget to hit the like button on both channels. I'm doing very well, and Neva is very happy too. And Elena's saying happy 2024 to us. Does Neva follow the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City?
No. I have heard that there's some whatever with the finale.
Sorry. I hit the wrong button. Something happened in the finale that has everybody talking.
Yeah, I don't know specifics because here's the thing. I'm very niche when it comes to my reality TV. And the Real Housewives are just, they're a lot. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm already starting the new season. Like, I've already started the new season of 90 Day Fiance, The Single Life, which is like a spin-off.
Mm-hmm.
And that's enough drama for me. You know what I mean? So, listen.
Stupid twists.
Quote me if you want. Sometimes the twists in thrillers really are stupid. Like sometimes
They are like, but I mean, there's only so many ways you can write a twist, right? Like before they start getting just beyond ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, a lot of people would argue with me about The House Across the Lake, because when I read that 2 years ago, I gave it 5 stars. Now, mind you, I read half of it at like 2 a.m. because I read it during 24 hours. I seem to give everything 5 stars during 24 hours runs. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we should trust you when it comes to your ratings on 24-hour sprint books.
I wanted to do this last year and it just didn't come to fruition. I do want to do a vlog. I don't know if I'll do it as like a paid vlog or if I'll do it on the main channel. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I do want to do a vlog where I reread some of the thriller / horror books that I gave 5 stars and see if they would still be 5 stars. Because there are some books like, okay, Hidden Pictures, right? I gave that one 5 stars. Now, I do understand like what the issues with that book are. Yes, hold on. Because there are some serious issues with it, and I've heard people talking about it like there are. I don't know if these thrillers / horror books would stand up to a 5 star. Still. Or if I was just...
they stand up to a reread either, like, because you've already read them, so the whole time you're going to already know what's happening. So it's almost a bias reread because you can't effectively rate them again.
To be honest with you, I don't actually remember what the twist in The House Across the Lake is.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I just remember that when I read it, I was like, oh my god, 5 stars! Like, I like raved about it on 24 Hours Sprint. But it was 2 o'clock in the morning. So do I remember what the twist was? I don't.
No, okay, fair enough.
So that one I could do. Hidden Pictures, I don't think I could do. Because I do remember what the twist in that one is. Because I read that one when I wasn't delusional. But I finished House Across the Lake when I was delulu. So I don't remember what the twist is.
I love reading scary books while flying. No.
I'm glad that you do, Amy. I'm glad that you do.
I read Falling while flying and Hostage.
Actually, purposely save flight disasters for flights? Oh, no. I'm not really a nervous flyer. Okay, but like I have anxiety. So like I'm going to read it and then I'm going to be like, "Oh my god, what happens if we crash?" Like then I'm just like catastrophizing everything. You know? Hi, Bree.
Your brain's just gone under my... No, I couldn't do it. I'd be like, I'd have a stroke. Something like that. I'd whip myself right up.
Can you land this plane, please?
Yeah, just let me off. Let me off now.
Just give me a pair.
I'd probably get escorted off because I would have made a big scene. I wouldn't have to wait for them to land the plane. They'd probably throw me off because they'd be freaking all the passengers out. Does it amuse Nicole that Australia and Scotland are fighting about which country can claim Princess Mary? So we're talking about Princess Mary that is in Netherlands, Dutch, the royal family over there. I don't really follow that royal family, but she was from Tasmania. That's where they met. As far as I know, but I think she has Scottish heritage. So I don't know why we're fighting over this, but anyway.
What a stupid thing to fight about.
I know. Well, you can tell about. I have NI for me, NI, and that's no interest. So I have zero interest in it.
What a dumb thing to be like.
Yeah. At the end of the day, Australia was built on convicts. So everybody that is here has obviously got some sort of Irish, English, or Scottish heritage. That came out like originally and I think her family has been here for quite some time, and I think that they have Scottish heritage, which is fine. Like, I don't really care. Like, she doesn't even live here. She lives wherever the royal family is. She left Australia a long time ago. I actually think she lives in Europe while her kids are going to school. She doesn't, because they go to school in Europe. I actually know more about the royal family than I thought. There you go.
That's might be funny, but like, what a first world problem.
I know. Who gives a... Sorry, Shannon, but I actually don't give a rat's backside about the royal family. Or that particular royal family, anyway. They don't really have an impact on our country. The English royal family, however, I sort of follow them. We're all bookish short queens. Yeah, fully. We're all short. Hello, Thomas. How you going? Thanks for joining. US media once again is warning all Americans about Australian spiders. A lot of news reports about huge spiders named Hercules. Be careful in the search.
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. The only news that I've seen today is about a school shooting that happened in Iowa. So
Bag's not being there. I'll take my big spiders that I may or may not see over someone doing that.
I woke up this morning to nothing on my newsfeed on Facebook except for prayers for Perry, Iowa, and I was like, "What the hell happened in Perry?" Because Perry is not a big place. So I went and I looked it up, and they had an active shooter in the high school today, and a 6th grader is now deceased. So great.
That's wonderful. So sad.
And they like just went back to school today too. And I was like, cool. I'm glad I saw that after I took Ari to the school. We would not have left. I would have been like,
I don't know how you all send your kids to school. Like,
to be honest with you, me either. Well, although this new Hogwarts that Ari's going to, Hogwarts 2.0, as we're going to call it, they have like key cards. Like they give the parents a key card, and then like the teachers have a key card.
Yeah.
The students do not have a key card, but like they open the doors, but then like once the doors close, like when school starts, you have to be let in. Like, and I'm just like, wow. I mean, that's great. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, it would literally take one time. Like, it would literally take one time for it to be close enough to Ari's school for me to be like, all right, you're being homeschooled now. I would figure it out. I would be like, well, we'll do school during the day and then I'll go to work at night. Because, like, absolutely not.
Yeah, no, it's like, yeah, it's scary stuff. Like, we have lockdown drills and stuff here for the kids and whatnot, but I don't.
We do here too.
I can't remember. Well, we have pretty stringent gun laws here. Like, you have to jump through some pretty serious hoops to get a gun license, especially if you're in the city. You have to show just cause and all that sort of stuff why you need a gun. Out here, it's guns have to be locked up and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, you still got to go through hoops, even if you're a farmer and all that sort of stuff. You've still got to go through hoops to get the guns and whatnot. And you've got to be licensed. And if there's any history of mental illness, it all has to be documented and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, I personally don't have a gun license. I've never gone for one, but my best friend's gone for one. She said the hoops that you have to jump through now, it's yeah, which is good because we don't have this situation.
I'm just saying, we don't want just like America. Like, it feels like anybody can get a gun. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, from the outside looking in, that's exactly how it is.
Like Walmart, like I remember, I mean, maybe this is aging me, but like I remember when you could go into Walmart and buy guns. Like, you know, like they have like the hunting, fishing section. You used to be able to buy guns in that section of Walmart.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
No.
Yeah, Bree, I agree with this. Like, I'm not mad that there was like ads. I just hadn't seen that happen.
Yeah, I've never seen it happen during sprints.
Yeah.
Either. No, like
I said,
I mean, get that, add money. We're all doing a lot of stuff on here and we're, you know, once we're monetized, we might as well get the money. It's better than it being in Google's pocket.
Right. And like I said, I didn't see it happen on Margaret's sprints like while she was talking. It was only happening while she was actively running a timer and sprinting. Wow, she really
Well,
was.
that's fine. It's during I mean, it probably scare the hell out of the punters, but when an ad comes on. But yeah, we've got to make a living somehow. So, Families and Books says it's almost midnight for me, so I'm going to go to bed. Happy reading, everybody. I prefer ads during sprints than during the chatty bits. Otherwise, you miss something and you don't understand what everybody's laughing about. That's it, eh? Chrissy M, I got an ad during the chatty bit of Margaret's on Sprint today. Okay, well, there you go. Why did this place make my chicken tacos so spicy? Oh, no. I gave Fourth Wing 3 stars as well. So did Family and Books. And I'm sorry, Family and Books, I've completely forgot your name. Is it Paula?
I think it's Paula, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Fourth Wing was saved by 2 things: the dragons and the end. But like, also, I will not be reading Iron Flame. I just don't care to do that.
Vesper gave 4 stars, and Family and Books, Fire Flame was a shit show.
See, Bree said that I don't know what she gave Iron Flame, but I know Bree preferred Iron Flame over Fourth Wing, but she said the fantasy part of Iron Flame was better than Fourth Wing, but the romance was crap.
So yeah, this is very true. You can't control. Sometimes you can't control the ads. I know that people aren't even monetized because they don't have a sub count, but they get ads on their videos. They just get a lot of watch. Yeah. On that, like, I even on some of my unlisted videos, I've had ads pop up. People have said to me that ads are on there, and I'm like, yeah, they're just going everywhere now. Like, we don't. The only control we have is where we put them on our videos in editing. Once it's uploaded, we can add where we want them. So whether that's mid-roll, beginning, I think that YouTube just is putting that we don't have control over the ones at the beginning anymore. On that, it changes all the time. It's hard to keep up. The narrator of the Fourth Wing was sick when she was recording. It's horribly produced. Like, you think they would have waited? Like, is that on her or is that on the publishers?
That's on them. It's on them, I guarantee, because they pushed up the Iron Flame release. They want these books for this series to be released every 6 months. There's supposed to be like 7 books.
So, like, that, how is that going to be, like, that's just pushing them out for the sake of pushing them out. That's just going to give you a shit.
Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't read it. I'm not going to. I did. Well, I didn't actually buy the books. I looked at them a couple of times and I went, yeah, no, I'm not going to. And then I found them on, was it Everend? Whatever the hell they call themselves now. Everend, I found both Fourth Wing and Iron Flame on there, and I saved them to my thing. But the more I hear people talk about it, the more I'm just so not interested. Not when I'm reading things like Wheel of Time and stuff like that. There's no way I could go back to something like that.
Like I said, honestly, the biggest reason that I just decided to go ahead and finish it, because obviously, like, I set it down last year and then I just never picked it back up. Was because I said, Ari, you can pick any book that you want that I haven't read. And she was like, Fourth Wing, which, like, I knew that's what she was going to pick. So, like, I had already told myself, like, you're going to have to finish this book. Yeah. But, like, it's not, I mean, it's not really anything to, like, write home to.
Yeah. I'll just give it a miss. I don't feel any FOMO whatsoever after this conversation. I'm sorry. So Bree's just saying that switch to Patreon, and yes, the website is YouTube that you put in for your memberships. It's just so they know where they're paying you for and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. And it was a 4-star. Awesome. I mean, each to their own. Like, some people are going to enjoy it, some people aren't. But yeah. No, you didn't. You didn't miss it. It's Friday. Like, it's always a long one. Mood Reader has also joined us. Hello. Anne is also here. I joined during the sprint. I'm currently reading Malibu Rising by Taylor Jenkins Reid. Oh, look at that. I actually got a comment out without stuttering. I like that book, and the cover makes me want to go to the ocean. I must admit, every time I see that cover, that's the one with the palm trees, isn't it?
Malibu Rising?
Yeah. Is that the one with the
Maybe.
palm trees on it?
It's a blue cover. In America, at least, it's like a blue cover. I don't have it in front of me. I own it, but I don't have it with me right now. But I liked Malibu Rising, but here's the thing. I was listening to it at work, and there was a certain thing that happens in this book that, like, for me personally, is a trigger. Now, I'm not gonna not read a book because of this, but it is a thing that, like, I wasn't expecting to happen, and then, like, I felt like it happened, and we just breezed right over it, and then, like, I found myself just, like, I was fine, and then, like, the thing happened, which I don't want to say what it is, because it is actually a spoiler, because I actually yelled at Brittany for not telling me, and she was like, I didn't have any way to tell you without, like, spoiling it. Like, spoiling the book. Because I was sitting at work on my break, and I was like, let me just, like, listen to some of this, and I'm, like, listening to it, and then the thing happened, and I had to go back, because I was like, did this actually just happen? And then I cried for, like, 10 minutes. But I really liked it. I think I gave it 5 stars.
Cool. I read the first 2 chapters of Fourth Wing and put it down, I assume. Lexi cleaned the bathroom, took a shower, and got some dinner at 80% of overnight guests. And it was a bad time to stop. I hate it when you do that, when you have to stop. Jammed out to some music while I ate, did dishes, and did some laundry. 0 pages read. That's fine. It's still productive. Coda says, oh my God, Neva, how exciting.
I think about Eye of the World.
Yes. I'm thinking, okay, we've talked about a lot already.
I mean, the narrator, the male narrator, he, like, does accents.
Yes, he does accents, but they're still easier to start.
Yeah, like, but his, like, main voice is not very accented. You know?
Well, it is, but
I mean, it's American accented.
But I can listen to American accents fast, so yeah. And Bree says, I watched Leandra's video, got some editing done in that sprint, trying to get my wrap up done. Awesome. Vanessa's also joined us. Hey, Vanessa, how you going? Christina listened to 2 chapters and kept moving the whole sprint. That was a feat. Did the exercises and got to 5,000 steps. Whew, take a seat. I got to over 10,000 yesterday. That was my goal by the end of January, and I made it by January 4th. So, yeah. I haven't walked yet today. I've got to get orders and stuff out, so I'm going to walk later on this afternoon because it is hot out there already. So, yeah. Lula Reeds has joined us as well. Everybody's saying hello. Just gotten back into sprinting after not feeling well and being in a slump for quite a while. Well, welcome. Hopefully you'll get some reading here done today. Today and yesterday have been very productive. That is awesome. So Anne's has currently 16 unopened diamond paintings. I'm assuming that is because we were talking about that.
I'm sure that I have a goal to rack up as many Diamond Art Club points as I can, because you can, like, if you get 20,000 points, you can take $200 off your order. Okay. Which, I mean, I can easily do a $200 order. Like, it's not that hard to do with Diamond Art Club. But my goal is just basically to rack up as many points as I can by the end of the year. Yeah. And then just, like, use points to buy. You know what I mean? Because I also want to be able to try out some smaller shops this year too. So I feel like I will end up with a stash of some kind.
Yeah, I've got a stash. I think there's 10 unopened Diamond Art Clubs up there. And then I've got a cupboard of stuff from fan sales, which are like 30 by 30s, 50 by 70s. There's a couple of 80 by 90s. Yeah, so I've got a big stash. But do I stop buying?
No. And I think my goal, I mean, I do need some smaller paintings for what I'm doing as far as, like, YouTube content. But I do find that I prefer to do larger canvases.
Yeah, I was sort of like with my diamond painting, I just do whip and chats and I just work on the same one until it's done because like I can't afford to do every week open up a new painting.
But I think that's why I prefer to do larger paintings because clearly I'm a quick diamond painter. So if I'm just doing a bunch of small canvases, I can do like 8 a month if I'm just doing smaller canvases.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, okay, well now I have no more canvases to do. You know? So
Because they're not like even the small canvases are not that cheap to buy from your premium diamond art.
Yeah, because I mean,
places.
for the 4 that I'm about to order, right? It's like $80. That's for 4, and they're not large canvases. They're like about the size of like the Sesame Street ones that I did.
Yeah, yeah.
So they're like 13 by 18, I think, or something, or 13 by 13. Like they're not like inches. They're not very big. So, and I can get one of if I'm actively working on one of those. I feel like even in squares, I'd be able to get it done in a week.
Yeah, I don't work on my diamond because I do so many crafts and I'm doing so much stuff for the channels and stuff. Like for me personally, I don't get a lot of time to do craft. So the stuff that I do get in, and then just before Christmas or just after Christmas when we had all the storms, I bloody strained my arm again. So no diamond painting for me.
Yeah, but I just feel like since diamond painting is the only crafty thing, I mean, other than my planner, but like it's like the only crafty thing I really do. I don't mind like spending money on it. It's just I do find that I prefer to do larger paintings because they take me a little bit longer. I mean, if I only get one large painting done a month, that's fine.
Yeah.
But at least like it takes actual time to do them and not like 4 days, you know?
Yeah. All right, we're going to go to a sprint because I'm rapidly running out of daylight for posting because I've got to get it all there before the post goes out. Otherwise, it'll be sitting there till Monday because it's Friday. So we're going to do an hour sprint, and then if I don't come back, Neva will take over. It just means I've been caught up at the post office. Okay, so yeah, because sometimes there can be a line, especially on Fridays. All right, let me just do the I've started the comment where we're at. And Coda, I'm halfway through chapter 35, so I won't start until you catch up to me. So yeah. All right, I'll see you all in an hour.
Hello. How did we do? It's okay. Go back to sleep. You're fine. I did not read during that sprint, but I did get another section of my dime ping done. I'm sure Nicole is out doing her packages, so we will read. What am I doing? Through these comments while we wait for her. Lula said, "Don't watch reality TV." I'm just what people are saying. Someone said something and they edit it. Yeah, which is why I watch the reality TV that I do, is because while there's always going to be some creative editing, it's not quite as bad on the stuff that I've watched. Well, I dislike it for this reason, probably didn't even mean it the way it's edited. Yeah. Watching the second season of Discovery of Witches. I mean, or take a break. It's fine. It's the very beginning of the year, you know? So read or don't. Homeschooling, keep your child on task, or the child is self-motivated, otherwise your child will do nothing. Ari's pretty good with doing stuff at home, so it wouldn't really be a big issue. Kind of like that, the parents did not get key cards, but all the doors locked at 8 a.m. Yep. Then, if you want into school, you had to go into the bulletproof classroom and be buzzed into the office. All the classrooms are outfitted with bulletproof glass windows. Yeah, we do lockdown drills. I don't know if they do them here or not, but we did growing up. Waiting till fourth wing drops to $12, or I find it used right now. It costs too much to justify. Yeah, I pre-ordered it, but I got the sprayed edges version, so I pre-ordered it, and then I did purchase it, or like pre-ordered it via Kindle and audio as well. So I ended up doing it audio and Kindle, since I'm giving my physical copy to Nell. I'm not paying up price for a book that I've been seeing mixed reviews. Yeah. Hello, Sadia. Planning on TBR for Winterween. Wonderful. Can't wait to see it. Hello, Chris. Long time no see. You might quit your job. Well, congratulations. Maybe? Into I get a lawyer to make sure I'm okay with the terms. I want it to be edited into something I didn't say. I mean, I'm pretty sure that all of them have lawyers. Like, but once you do TV, like, it's, you know what I mean? The terms are the terms. Goal is 10,000 a day. Also may take me a bit to get back there, but I've done it before, so I know I can. I believe in you. Hello, John. Hope to continue Salem's Lot. I love Salem's Lot. That is a great book. Coda. I've been looking for this also, because the places that I found that do customs, I'm scared. You know what I mean? I wanted to do a cross-stitch conversion, but that's going to have to wait until we live like 100% on our own, just because a lot of them are so big. But with cross-stitch conversions, that's a little bit different, because like the cross-stitch is already done, and then you get someone to actually like give you the canvas and the drills and stuff. But I've had issues with finding places for customs that I trust. But Nicole might know, so we'll ask her when she comes back. Hello, Paulina. Hello, Jaleesa. Good to see people bring Camp Readers on energy. First chance I've had to pop in today. Hello, Chrissy. Busy celebrating baby girl's 6th birthday. Happy birthday. Also, a reminder for Amazon Prime members to get your first reads free books. We can get 2 this month. I got May Luna and also The Hours of You. Both look really good. Wonderful. Thank you for the reminder. I read a few chapters and ordered food. Wonderful. Finished chapter 5. I'll be caught up to the buddy read, more steps in, and worked on journal. Yay. Realized I put color 2 down on all the number color Z dots. Almost through chapter 33. Yes, I have also done this. So I have 2 grays in this. So this is a fairy dust color. like a light gray, and then this is a dark gray. But the symbols on them are very similar, and so I keep like psyching myself out that I'm putting the darker gray down in the wrong spot, like where the fairy dust go, but I haven't actually done that yet. Because it's pretty obvious where the fairy dust go, since they all go, well, I mean, I guess it's white, I guess, but yeah, been there. Updated story graph on Goodreads, sent offers to people who have liked my items on Macari, got to inbox 0 on all 3 unsub from 3 email lists, and added new tasks to my planner. Wonderful. Yes, thank you. I really do need more books. Don't we all? You know? And we got to the end of the comments. Nicole is not back. Let me see how much time is on this timer. 8 minutes. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put us into a sprint. Basically, what we're going to do is we're going to get an hour and 8 minutes, because I can't actually, I guess I could do it this way. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to put us into a sprint. Nicole's going to be so confused when she comes back. I'm going to put us into an hour sprint. And I'll just use my timer. So I'm going to do it this way, I guess. Can I remove this? I don't think I can. Okay, so I'm going to do it this way. And I'm going to... Okay. What happened? Okay. Alright. So I'm going to put us into an hour sprint, because we are at the bottom of the comments. Right. Like, there is like 8 minutes left on her timer. Like, coming back, can I take Ellie out? Wonderful. Finished cleaning. Reading love theoretically and like pretty well, except for the small woman, large man trope. Isn't this... Who is this? Isn't this Allie Hazelwood? If it is, that's a thing that she does in every book that she writes. It's why it's a big reason why Allie Hazelwood and I don't get along, because I don't mind the small woman, large man trope. My issue with it is the way that she does it. It's like giant men and then like dwarf women. What are the options? Let me go look, because I actually haven't even looked at my first reads. Oh, I might get the Dean Koontz. I love Dean Koontz. So then I'm gonna get Hurt for Me. Let me pull this up on Amazon here. Talk about customs. I have heard good things about J Jim Shop customs. Yes. I've heard good things about J Jim Shop. but I want to actually try some of her, like a kit out from her first. She has some ACOTAR fan art kits that I want to get. So I want to do that. They all look good this month. Yeah, they really do. I'm thinking we're gonna get the dark romance and then the Dean Koontz, because I know that I like Dean Koontz. And who doesn't love a good dark romance? Yeah, I'm gonna get Dean Koontz, which is the Bad Weather Friend. And then I'm also gonna get the dark romance, which is called Hurt for Me. So those are the two I'm getting. Yes, those are the two I got. I like her writing, but this trope, she has to say something about it every couple of pages. Yeah. I personally don't even really like Ollie Hazelwood's writing. Love Hypothesis I read in 2022, and I gave it, or 2021, I don't know. The year it came out is when I read it, I think. And I gave it 3 stars, but at the time I wasn't giving anything 2021, but I wasn't giving anything lower than a 3-star. So yeah, or maybe 2022. I don't remember. But didn't enjoy. I tried to read a couple of her short novels, like her novellas. Also didn't enjoy. So yeah. I think it was a book. Quoted Discovery, I'm having a hard time with it. I am addicted to season 2 of Discovery of Witches. We love to see it. Alright, let me see how much time. Okay. So we need to talk for like another minute. And then what I'll do is I'll put us into, when the cat goes off, I'm going to put us into an hour sprint. That should give Nicole time to come back. I did not finish Yellowface. I don't think it'll be rated higher than this book is. I haven't finished it. It is on my TBR for 2023 because I just paused it. I was in a slump when I tried to read it, so I wasn't really in the mood. But I do plan on going back to it. Predicting rain for tomorrow, starting to get a headache. It's the worst. That is the worst. All right. I'm just gonna remove this. Okay. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna put us into a 1 hour sprinty sprint here. Have you read Scarred by Emily McIntyre? I read part of it and I DNF'd it. I don't know if I will go back to it or not. I found it to be kind of boring. So yeah, I've not decided if I'm going to go back and try to read it. Oof. Started a book by someone I know from writing group, and I don't know if I like it. Sometimes it bees like that, honestly. I have not read this yet. I have it on my Kindle here's the thing. Because of the issue with Wednesday Books / St. Martin's Press, I won't be doing any really like discussion or anything like that. I will not be doing that until there's been some kind of a statement made. Oh hey, there's Nicole. So now we're not gonna share this screen. I won't be doing any kind of discussion or anything. Hold on, Nicole. Okay, hold on. Oh, that one already started. It's fine. Okay, I won't be doing any kind of discussion on this book or the first book because of the boycott going on. I'm going to read it. But I explained this in my Instagram post that I made that was like my top 5 books of 2023. I ended up putting a different book. I put Magnolia Parks as my number 1 book, right? Because originally Magnolia Parks was my number 1 book of 2023 until I read a book that I'm not mentioning. The first book that came before this book. So what I did was I put Pucking Around in there. I really could have put Pucking Wild because technically I rated Pucking Wild higher than I rated Pucking Around. But when I have series like that, I tend to put the first book in the series. If that makes sense. So that like you read them in the right order. Although I guess you could read Pucking Wild as a standalone. I guess. But you wouldn't be able to read Pucking Ever After Volume 2. Because it would spoil things for Pucking Around. Anyway, that was very stupid of me to explain that. But I won't be making any kind of, like, there's been no post or review or anything for this series because of Wednesday Books not making a statement. St. Martin's.
What did Wednesday Books do? What happened again? Refresh me, because there's so many controversies out there. I'm just confused which one is which. So.
There is someone who works directly with St. Martin's Press and Wednesday Books. I believe she's like one of their people that like picks ARC readers and things like that.
Okay.
She made some not great comments about everything going on with Palestine.
Oh, okay.
And when she got called out, like when she was called out for these statements, and then there was like more that came out, like apparently she would purposely only give ARCs and like PR boxes and stuff to white people. So like there was like
how does someone think that they're even going to get away with that sort of shish in this day and age? Like seriously.
A lot of stuff. So basically what's been said through TikTok, I don't really watch TikTok, but TikTok and Instagram and all that, right? Is that there's a petition and stuff like that, but collectively, we can read the books. We're just not talking about the books.
Okay. And so they've made no apologies, or have they got rid of that person from there, or is she still
They haven't gotten rid of her. They haven't made any kind of a statement. Basically, they did nothing. Basically, all we're asking is that they acknowledge what was said and retract it, I guess. Like, just acknowledge that it was said and tell us what you're going to do about it. And they haven't done anything. So
technically, you're just passively boycotting. Wouldn't it be better not to read any of their books? So wouldn't that be a bigger effect? That would make an effect on their bottom line, which would then get them to move. Whereas passively doing it,
so what a lot of people, because I don't know, from what I understand, because like St. Martin's Press, I think is a big 5 publisher, I think, and so because it's such a big publisher, I think that collectively the book space has said kind of like they're not sure quite how feasible it would be to completely not buy their books at all. Because they have so many imprints. You see? So like you would have to cross-reference every book to make sure that it's not an imprint of St. Martin's Press.
Mm.
in order to not buy at all. Now, a lot of people like Bree, if you look in her videos and stuff, she has a bunch of books that are turned around. Like you can't see the spines, like you can only see, the other side that has like the pages.
Yeah.
And those are all books that are St. Martin's Press or an imprint of.
Wow.
So we're all just choosing to not speak about it. But the other thing is like people in like the UK and stuff like that are getting around that because Divine Rivals and Ruthless Vows are published under a different publisher in the UK. They're not under St. Martin's Press. So there are a lot of like UK creators that are still talking about the books, which is another thing. Like it's not it wouldn't be super feasible to be like, well, you can't talk about this book. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm choosing I do want like the UK versions of these books. But I'm choosing not to talk about them. I mean, obviously I got
And
called
this has been going on for a while, so
yeah, because this has started happening right like in November.
Yeah, this is
I got called out for having Divine Rivals as a host favorite, and I was like, okay,
that's
but
right.
This wasn't happening when I picked it because a lot of people were like, why didn't you put Pucking Around instead? First of all, I didn't really think so many people would read a 600-page book, to be honest. A 600
well, yeah, there's that.
romance. Because if I had realized that so many people would read it, I would have put it on there. Because at least you would have gotten points for it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But at the time that Reni asked, I mean, she asked 2 months before we were supposed to start the thing. So and at that time, like that was a book. Because people have asked why I didn't take down my reading like Jan vlog because it has Divine Rivals in it. Divine Rivals was one of the books that I read in that vlog. I'm not going to remove an entire vlog. Especially a vlog that also brings traffic to someone else's channel.
Yeah.
There's like that. I'm not, and like I put a lot like it's not a very long vlog. I think maybe like 30 minutes or something. But I put a lot of time into that vlog. Like it took me, I think I said that I was reading like her for a week, and it legitimately took me a full 7 days. Because like I'm not very good at doing weekly vlogs. Like my vlogs tend to actually be more like bits and pieces over several months. So like or several weeks, I should say, not several months. So like Bree's vlog, I started in November. I think, in November. But I took a lot of time off in December because I knew that we were going to be traveling, and then of course like we had to move and like that
Christmas, the New Year, the whole thing. Like if you may as well just write as a creator. You need to have everything done by November, the end of November, because Christmas is just a write-off.
Yeah, so I knew that December I wasn't really going to do a lot. But I knew that I wasn't going to get her books done in November because I was already slumping during Clue Readathon. So I was like, there's no way. Like I only got through the first book. So I knew that, so probably her vlog will come out sometime in January, but that means that it's already spaced out one whole month. Like I've already, you know what I mean? So but I only have, I think, like 2 or 3 clips from November, and it's only for one book. I may have introduced the second book, maybe, but there's 5 books.
Okay, I guess you'll find out when you get to editing what you did,
right?
Because that was months ago.
So, like, I started that in November, but I know it's going to be at least the end of January before it actually comes out, which is fine. Like, as a creator, like that's just what we do. But because Jan had the month that I did that was like 5 months ago that I did that vlog, the Jan vlog. And when
that was way before the controversy.
It was during her birthday month, which I believe is June. And so we had like she gave us like a syllabus of books that she enjoyed that were like 5 stars in 2023. And I picked, I think, 3 or 4 books off of that list. And I said, okay, I'm going to do this in a week because the actual readathon was just, it was like she does a Patreon readathon that's a weekend long. But I was like, ain't no way that I'm going to be able to do this in a weekend because that somehow my 24-hour sprints always fall over the same weekend that Jan does the Patreon readathon. And so I was like, there's no way. I can't do both things. So I just said, like, I messaged her and I was like, are you good if I do this concept, but I do it over a week? And she was like, yeah, that's fun or whatever. So that's what I did. Was I did it over a whole week. But a lot of people were like, why didn't you take this vlog down? Because that's views. And also, like, I put a lot of effort into that. Like, I don't want to remove it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, that's fair enough.
I do plan to read it, but I've seen very mixed reactions. So I'm a little scared to read it. But I'm going to read it because I pre-ordered it. I pre-ordered the physical copy. I pre-ordered the actual, like, ebook. I pre-ordered the freaking audiobook. We're not going to talk about the fact that I keep pre-ordering things in all 3 formats. Okay? Okay. Thank you. Torn between spending $12 on DR, Fourth Wing, or Memory Keeper's Daughter. I would say either of them, except not Fourth Wing. I don't know. To me, here's the thing with Fourth Wing. I'm going to suggest to I would never tell you not to read something. But you can get Fourth Wing in enough places, either as part of a subscription like Everand, or for free through the library, that I would not buy it unless you know that you're going to like it. That's my opinion. As
and
someone,
I've actually seen more against Fourth Wing than for Fourth Wing.
Yeah, so I would suggest, like, if you have Everand or you have a library card, maybe see if your library has it, audio or ebook, and maybe, yeah, I would just do it that way. It's not a very well written book, in my opinion. Jean, I don't know that you will like Fourth Wing, to be honest. With the books that you read, I don't know that you would like it. I think that you would like Divine Rivals, but I suppose that depends on if you're okay with it reading very YA. I mean, they're 20 years old in the book, but it's definitely YA. You know what I mean? But, like, I personally like YA fantasy, so it doesn't bother me. I've not really heard anything bad about Memory Keeper's Daughter. I haven't read it, but I haven't heard anything bad about it. So, yeah. Niche Return, Divine Rivals. I mean, so it seems like Divine Rivals is one that you liked, like you really liked it, or you didn't like it at all. There doesn't seem to be a lot of, like, 3 stars when it comes to this book. I personally liked it. Yeah, yeah. I only remember it because I'm so annoyed that I don't feel great about, like, posting a review.
And the last thing, like, and also too, like, I've noticed over on Instagram, there's a few people that are calling people out in the knitting community and all that sort of stuff about what's going on. And I mean, if you're not thick-skinned and the people come at you, it's gonna put a chink in your armor, and the last thing you want to do is upset the villagers.
I mean, like, I personally,
because they don't come at you. They don't come at, and the reason I call them villagers before anybody gets the shits with that statement, that the reason I call them villagers is because they come at you as if they've got pitchforks and they're about to bloody, like, string you up. You know,
they come after you. Like,
they don't come at it diplomatically. They don't come at it as that you might be a person that's uneducated and didn't know what the situation was, you know, like that. Just, and that's why I call them villagers, because there's a way to do things and there's a way to educate people, and then there's a way not to do things. And calling people out and embarrassing or belittling them, like, yes, if it's a big but I'm talking little people here, you know, just regular Joes, just like you and I. You know, just doing our thing, possibly not knowing what the situation is. I mean, how could you not with Palestine and Israel? But still, like, yeah, and that's why I call them villagers.
Ultimately, I don't care what people think. Clearly, I said Fourth Wing was not a great book. Okay. Yeah. So
I don't care.
I tend to just kind of block and delete and block, like, if you're gonna leave stupid comments, because like I don't care. Like, read what you want to read, don't read what you don't want to read. Like, I don't care. I've always been like, since being in the internet space, I've am I what? Am I what? I'm sorry. I just got since being on the internet, in the internet space for books and stuff, I um I definitely, like, at the beginning of BookTube, I had people subscribe and then unsubscribe because I said I didn't like the love hypothesis. So, you know what I mean? Like, I don't really care. I don't. But if it becomes an issue of, like, it being racist or being whatever, like, being just, like, kind of like a crappy person, like, I'm not going, like, I will join you in not supporting said behavior. Yeah, like, I'm not going to support the behavior. You know what I mean?
No, I don't support the behavior either. Like, but I don't support. I don't support. Like, yes, it's great that you're very passionate about something. For instance, the Palestine situation. Like, it's wonderful that people are passionate about it, because without passionate people, you don't get educated. You don't know what the problem is, because let's face it, politicians are never going to tell us what's actually going on. No one ever really knows the truth when it's coming out of a politician's mouth. But sometimes it takes the people on the ground that are passionate about it. But there is a way to do it. You can't attack everybody thinking that they know everything. If they're a person that does know everything, then fine, go ahead, to attack away. But if they're just a normal everyday person that happens to buy a pattern or buy a book or buy something from said creator, there's no need to attack that person. Like, you can go about, you go, hey, you can gently go into the conversation. You don't need, and this particular person that I'm talking about, she's a villager. Like, she's got the pitchfork, she's got the lanterns, and she's got the posse behind her, and attacking just regular everyday people that may or may not know. And I think that if we all go into it to educate people a little bit kinder, it would stop a lot of conflict.
Yeah.
On social media.
I mean, there are very few things that I will, like, completely, like, unfollow somebody for. You know what I mean? Or we'll say, like, oh, I 100% don't support this person or whatever. But when it comes to this particular issue, I mean, it's not that hard to not talk about the books. I mean, it sucks to not be able to talk about books, especially, like, if you enjoy them.
Especially if you're like you and you love them, like, really love them.
Exactly. Like, and you like because
star that shit.
Yeah, like, that's the one thing I think that like, I mean, her comments bother me. You know what I mean? But like, me personally, like, as a reader, I guess I'm considered a reviewer, like a internet person, an influencer, if you will. I don't like not being able to talk about books, especially when you also have people saying, like, oh, well, you said that this was your favorite book of the year, but then you didn't include it in your top 5. I didn't include it in my top 5 because we're currently boycotting the publishing, like, the publisher. So, like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah. Because you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
Right. If you want to know more about this, Reads with Rachel. Now, I don't know if she's made an actual video on this or not. I'm going to be honest. But I do know that she's posting things via TikTok and Instagram under her handle Reads with Rachel. So if you go just search for her, then it should all be there on one of those platforms. I also prefer to read books in order. So me and Sasha were talking about this because she was going to read Pucking Wild, and then I had suggested she read Pucking Around first. You can read Pucking Wild, but it will spoil some things from Pucking Around. So it's going to spoil like the way that relationships form in Pucking Around. But you also really cannot read the Pucking Ever After volumes, they're just like novella. They're like short stories, but they're like scenes that didn't fit into the books, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You can't read those without reading the other books. Like you have to.
You wouldn't know if there's scenes from out of the book. You're not going to understand what's going on in the short story.
Yeah. So I suggest to people with the Jacksonville Ray series to read it in the order that it's written. Now, the one book that you could skip is That One Night, which is like the prequel novella to Pucking Around, but it gives you some background as to how Jake and Rachel originally met each other. So, like, I mean, but there is like a short explanation of how they meet in the beginning of Pucking Around. But apparently, if you get the audiobook for Pucking Around, That One Night is already in the audiobook. I guess. I don't know. I haven't read the audiobook, so. Oh, this is something with Nell. I don't know what's happening. Yeah. Yeah, they haven't made one as of now. So, like, they haven't made a statement at all with acknowledgement.
And this has been going on since November. Chances are they're not going to make a statement at all.
Yeah. So, I don't know what we're doing for the long haul. I mean, I'm going to read Ruthless Vows, but I'm only going to read it because I already pre-ordered it. And, like, I plan on reading it 5 months ago. Probably just nobody will know when I read it because I won't post it.
Well, you're not going to post it. You're not going to talk about it. So it's just one that you're just going to read. But it's okay as a creator to not have that up on your channel because you haven't talked about the other one, so it doesn't matter. And
probably because I actually plan on keeping up with my reads in 2024 highlight that I made, which I did not do in 2023. Just so everyone knows, I did not keep up. Okay, you get like the first 8 books of the year, and that was like it. So I'm actually thinking about just removing it because like it would be better to just go look at my story graph, to be honest. But I think I don't know what I'm gonna do when I do finally read it. I don't know if I'm just like not going to count it in that, or if I'm just gonna like cover it with something.
Was it Brie that I watched the other day where the book still went up but it was covered?
Yeah. Because what I do is I read mostly on my Kindle, right? So I just like take a picture on my Kindle and then I just do it that way. I know that people prefer like the physical book, whatever. No offense to anyone, but I don't own every book that I read. Okay. Or if I do, I don't always own the physical copy because first of all, I have limited room. Second of all, I
read 208 books last year and only 95 of them were physical.
Right. And I personally prefer to read on my Kindle. I tried when I came into BookTube to go back to reading physically because having the physical books in videos and stuff does tend to generate better views. But I've kind of decided that for 2024, I think we're going to go back. I'm going to go back to where I was in 2022, like at the beginning of my channel. And just go back to just promoting myself as a digital reader. It's what I prefer to do. I just don't read physically. Like I don't do it.
No, that's fine. Like it's still reading the book. It doesn't matter how you consume it.
So I just like this is the book I'm reading right now, which is Dungeons and Drama. This book is so cute. Like this is a YA contemporary romance. It's like the geekiest thing I've ever read in my life. But it has me like, I'm really not like a YA romance girly. Like I'm really not. Really don't prefer it. I actually thought this was an adult romance until I started reading the arc, and then I was like, this is not adult. Like this is literal children. Which is fine. But I'm literally like kicking, screaming, throwing up, like kicking my legs. Like it's just, I don't know. It's so adorable. Anyway, but I usually just take like a picture like I hold up my Kindle and like take a picture, you know? So I'm thinking of doing that and then just putting like currently not discussing this book because of press boycott or whatever. Because at least then I know that it got counted.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
People should just be happy that they're getting content when they get it, not bitch that they aren't getting it before people already. Yeah, I don't have too many people that are like, wow, this took so long. I've had a few that have been like over the last year of doing booktube that are like, you said this video was supposed to come out 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I'm aware, but I also have a full-time job.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, and look, at the end of the day, that's exactly right, Jane. People should be happy. I get it all the time over, like, you know, I'll get Mia will be here, and that inevitably is going to hold me up with creating because, you know, you can only take out so many hey memas out of one video. So and people do, like, they really do come at you when you're on, like, when you put yourself, but I mean, we have to also accept it to a certain degree because we are putting ourselves out there and all the rest of it, but it still doesn't make it any easier when people get snippy at you, and especially when we put enough pressure on ourselves anyway. You know, like, I think Brittany summed it up on a sprint one day where we were talking about schedules and all the rest of it. She goes, the only person I have to answer to is myself, but it's the schedule that I've put on myself. It was something along those lines, but yeah, it's not word for word. But, you know, and that's the thing. That's the problem we do, you know, like, we put so much pressure on ourselves to get the content out and all the rest of it. And then if we do put out something subpar, it hits us again because we've been hassled, but then it hits us again because people leave. And then we're building again. And it's just like, and it's a vicious little circle that we can get into. So being a little less harder on ourselves would be a good start.
Honestly, the biggest thing that happened to me was when I stopped doing the Stars Hollow TBR because of what happened with that.
I've seen your thing on your community.
Yeah. So
today.
That creator apparently has effectively left YouTube.
Oh, okay, cool.
At this point. So I had talked to Brittany and was like, do you think I should bring Stars Hollow TBR back? But it's going to be revamped. I'm going to make it like an actual, like, I don't know, like, kind of, if you watch like Brittany's, like, Timmy's TBR, that was kind of the route that I was going anyway, was making it like a physical game with like symbols and like cards and whatever. And I mean, I asked her, I was like, do you think this is like too close to your game? And she was like, no, it's like a different theme. Plus, like, a lot of people.
There's a lot of people out there.
Different themes, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna revamp it. I'm not speaking on when it will be coming. It will not be coming in January. Okay. We have no TBR for January. Other than what I'm kind of half-assed doing for TBR-a-thon, which, like, I'm not even really doing that correctly, but it's fine.
Aren't you doing boot camp too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not really doing either. Like, I just kind of, like, made them my own thing. I don't know if we were supposed to do that. But it's fine. I'm getting things read. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's all.
But like, I'm really focusing on the Kindle TBR. She needs to get read down, especially because I was watching a comparison of the Kindle and the new Nook. I think it's called like the Glow Worm, Glow Light, Glow something. It's not called the Glow Worm, but it's called something. Glow something, whatever. But why do they have one that's in pink and white? And why do I feel like I need it?
Is that an Amazon product?
No, it's Barnes & Noble.
Oh, okay.
So the Nook is the Barnes & Noble e-reader. But if you have Barnes & Noble Premium, which I do, because why would I not pay $30 a year for that? You get one free ebook a month.
Okay.
And I was watching a comparison of the Paperwhite compared to like the new Nook or whatever. And they have a pink and white. It's like pink like on the back and then white like on the front. And I was like, I need this. So I went to go look how much it was, $150 USD. So I texted Brittany and I was like, tell me that I do not need this thing just because it's pink.
And did Brittany enable you to buy it?
No, she laughed at me. So that's
pretty much like I just did.
But she was like, she did say something along the line of like, do you even own any Barnes & Noble books? And I was like, no. I mean, I get my one free book a month. But they're like obscure books. They're all like non-fiction.
Yeah, but the thing is, are they books that you're even going to want to read?
Well, yeah, I got the Matthew Perry book for free.
Okay, yeah.
Which, like, I am going to read that. I mean, I was
pretty annoyed, actually, about YouTube. Like, I have a little snippet of music in my video or in an intro or something like that, and they're on you straight away. Yet 4 different creators would have been 3 weeks after he passed away, had the entire audiobook up on. Like, rude. Just rude.
Yeah. Well, see, and here's the thing, is like, I want to do one nonfiction book a month. But I'm trying to decide what the best avenue of doing this is, because I'm not very good at reading with my eyes when it comes to nonfiction.
Have you ever read The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks?
No.
It's a good audiobook.
Okay.
It's about a black woman that died in the 50s, and they harvested her cervical cells because she had cancer, and the family didn't even know that they had done that. And at that time, just, this is a really brief and very layman terms. So they were trying to grow the cells so they could do tests and stuff on it, and her cells were the only ones that survived. So a lot of the medicines that we have today have come from her cells, and them being able to do tests and stuff on them. That it's a really interesting book, and the woman that wrote it is Rebecca Skloot, I think her last name is. She actually she took it a different way. Like, it started out as if you were going to learn about it, but she actually contacted the family and got to know the family and all that, and wrote it from their perspective, in their voices and whatnot. Really amazing. I thought it was absolutely amazing. I think everybody should read it.
My library has it, so I just got the audiobook.
Yeah.
But last year, I wanted to read one nonfiction a month, and I couldn't bring myself to do it. And I was like, I don't know if I need... The thing is with my Kindle, because my Kindle has all of my books on it, right? I'm not going to go read my nonfictions. Like, I'm going to read everything else that I have instead. But I do have enough nonfiction on my... like, in my Audible, that I could just listen to nonfiction. But I don't think...
Well, that's what I do. I only listen. I generally don't read it. I listen to it, because I find that my mind, if it's not written directly to the point, my mind starts to drift. So with nonfiction, I found it easier to, if I'm driving for 3 hours down to Brisbane, just whack in a nonfiction, listen to it, and they generally don't go for longer than, like, I think the longest one I've ever listened to is like 7 hours at normal speed. So
I also use my library to try out books. And sometimes what happens is I read the first 2 chapters of a book, and then I'm like, let me buy the entire 6-book series.
I've been into that.
I'm looking at you. Okay.
I've read one book, and on my bookshelf right now, I'm actually collecting them, because before I read the next one, I read the first book, and I've brought, I think I'm up to number 12. There's 19 in the series. So yeah, I haven't read any more.
Right. Just seem to have startitis right now. This is what I call when I can't seem to start any books, and I don't call it somewhere I start multiple books and can't get past chapter 3. That's fair. That's fair. I'm not gonna lie. So I cleaned up my Goodreads, because apparently I just gave up on Goodreads like halfway through the year last year. Because I had 10 books am I currently reading, and all 10 of them I had read. Like, I had finished them.
Yeah.
But it was too much of an effort for me to, like, go into Storygraph and find, like, the end dates for everything. Because they were all books that I read in, like, June. And I was like, no, fuck it. So I just got rid of them. So I am going to, basically what I do is when I update my Storygraph, I also update my Goodreads.
Because I do the same. I update Goodreads first, then I go to Storygraph, or vice versa.
Because I know that not everyone prefers Storygraph, which is fair. I personally don't prefer Goodreads. I'm going to be honest.
I prefer Storygraph.
I think that Storygraph is better, and I tell people that if they want direct stats, that they need to go to Goodreads. I mean, to Storygraph. I just don't like, I don't like the Goodreads interface, if I'm going to be honest. I think that
I like the fact that in Storygraph you can add tags yourself. You don't actually have to have the paid version to get all the stuff. You can actually put tags onto every book that you read. Like if you've DNF'd it, like I know that they do that, but like if you DNF'd it, if it's off your shelf, if it's here, if it's there, you know, like you can really get it down to the nitty gritty of your reading and stuff like that. I prefer it like that.
Yeah. So I do tell people if they want direct stats that they need to go to Storygraph. And also on Goodreads, I don't change the editions. So I don't keep track on Goodreads as to whether it's a physical, an audio, or an ebook. Because I don't think that it's easy to do it. So it annoys me to try to have to change it. But on Storygraph, this year I actually have an audio goal, like an hours goal, I think it's called.
Yeah, I've seen that when I was setting up mine as well. So
I set an hours goal. I put 10,000 hours. I feel like that's a lot.
That's a lot of hours, man. I was a little bit more conservative and put 500.
I think I'm going to lower it to like 1,000 because I think I didn't really know what I was doing.
I don't know what to do there because I immersive read sometimes, so I do both if it's both available. So
you can save more than one edition.
True.
So you could I mean you would have to do it manually.
But isn't that going to skew your overall books read?
Probably. What I would do, here's what I would do personally, but I'm not an immersion reader. So somebody else can argue in the comments if they want. If it was me, I would count it toward your hours goal. Only because if you're immersion reading, only because like even, and I could be wrong, but I feel like even when you immersion read, sometimes you are just listening, like if you're crafting or something. So,
well, if I'm immersion reading, I'm not crafting or anything like that. I'm actually sitting there, and my eyes are going. I'm reading along with it. Yeah, that to me is immersive reading. Whereas if I'm just doing crafting, I'm just flat out audio.
Okay.
So yesterday, perfect example. Yesterday, I was dyeing fabric, and I had to sit down and wait for the said fabric to the dye to take, and all the rest of it. So the 137 pages that I read yesterday, that I would say more than half or about half
were immersion.
Yeah, was me sitting there reading along with it.
So I mean, maybe just decide whether, because you can always go in and change the edition later.
Too. See, to me, if it's directly off my audio shelf and there is no physical book in my house,
you count it as an audio.
I count it as an audio. If it's a Kindle and it's got audio attached to it, I generally immersive read that, so my eyes are actually moving along with it.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's the same as I count it as a physical book.
Yeah, see, I feel like I'm a bad person to ask because I don't immersion read.
Brittany immersion reads.
I do. Yeah, Brittany immersion reads. I tend to be that person that like will jump between the two editions. But I personally don't count that as immersion reading because to me, immersion.
No, well, see, I do that too. That's multimedia.
Yeah, that's a mixed media thing. So then at the end of
Mm.
the day, I just decide, okay, did I listen to more of this? Like for Fourth Wing, I counted it as a Kindle book
Mhm.
because I read about half of it as a Kindle book and half of it as an audio. But
Yeah.
I wanted it to get off my Kindle Red shelf.
Yeah.
And the audio wasn't that great, to be honest, which is not her fault.
I was
But
going to say, did you really listen to the audio? Because
the audio wasn't great.
Yeah.
But like World of whatever, the Eye of the World that I'm listening to right now, I'm counting that as an audio. So it counts as audio, even though I do have the physical book, but the physical book is not in my possession. And to be honest with you, I'm not holding that thing. It's humongous. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
But I don't immersion read. I think I don't immersion read because I read on my Kindle.
Mm.
And I read so much faster on my Kindle that I actually find it difficult to immersion read on my Kindle because my eyes are moving faster. And if I have the audio going fast enough for that with my eyes, I can't understand what they're saying. So
Thought someone was at my door.
Do not go on social media except for sprints and a little Instagram. I don't watch the news. I have enough issues in my own life. If I want drama, I have my books and movies.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's it.
Yeah, I watch the news only because I live in America.
I don't watch the news. I stopped watching watching the news when the Oompa Loompa came into power.
Listen,
y'all. Does everybody know who I'm talking about when I call him the Oompa Loompa?
We all stopped watching the news when the Oompa Loompa came into power. When Cheeto Man decided to grace us with his presence. If you're passionate about a topic, why would someone attack someone who has no power to change anything? Nicole and you do not make governmental policies or pushing companies. Yeah, I mean, I'm personally fine with supporting things. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's fine.
I'll support things. You know, like there's things that there's hard lines in the sand for a lot of things, and I'm very passionate about other things, and not so passionate about other things. You know, something else and whatnot. And yeah, but to attack people, it doesn't solve anything. It just makes everybody as bad as one another. Then, it's not going to resolve anything. Then,
right. I only hear all these issues during the chatty bits, and with my son, I don't always hear all the chatty bits. That's fair.
That's fair enough. And too, a lot of kids get really you can't watch news or talk about this sort of stuff, what's happening in the world, because some kids really take that on and are very empathetic to everything that's happening in the world, and it just sends them off the Richter scale. You've got to protect the little ones as well. So it's not great content to be talking about that sort of stuff around kids either.
I believe this is why we're not. This is why we're still buying the books, is because to not buy the books would hurt the authors. We're just not promoting the books that we bought because the authors are getting paid when we buy the books, right?
Yeah.
But the publisher is not getting but ultimately it's the publishing house that's being promoted if we're talking about the books. If we're buying,
yeah, but also then if you stop talking about the books, ultimately that's going to hurt the author as well, because people won't be buying the books because people aren't talking about the books.
Which I feel, so here's my thing. I feel like there's no perfect way to do it.
No, there isn't.
You know what I mean? But also, I feel like not enough people are paying attention. I feel like there are enough people that either don't care. So they're still talking about the books. Because I've seen plenty of people that are American people, right? Because ultimately, St. Martin's Press, I think.
Well, I honestly, I did not know about it until I was on Sprints and Bree mentioned it, I think.
Well, I think St. Martin's Press is an American publishing house. I don't.
Yeah, I think Margaret and Bree were talking about it. That's how I heard about it.
I don't think, I could be wrong. I don't know. I haven't looked this far into it, but I don't think they're outside of the U.S. So, especially because Rebecca Ross, which is the author, she's published under a different publishing house in the UK. So, outside of the United States.
Yeah.
A lot of
and that's quite common. That's a common occurrence.
Yeah, a lot of UK people didn't even know about the boycott. You see, so I think that ultimately there's no like perfect way to do it, but people are still going to talk about it because there's plenty of American people that are still talking about it. I just don't interact with those. I haven't like unfollowed anybody. I just don't interact with their posts on it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. That's fair enough. The world's a mess. I need my books. So true. So true. I'm also a person who prefers reading on my Kindle, even when I own the physical. I get the ebook from the library. Yeah, I do that. Like if I've got the physical book here, I'll get an audio, or if I know that I'm going, I don't want to take, like, I mean, if I was to go out today, I need a forklift just to take the 2 books that I'm reading. So, you know, like I have this one, I actually had this on Audible before I had it on my shelf. That I didn't actively go and buy this book. It came in a book grocer box, and this one I purchased the audio after I purchased the books because I can, and I wanted to. So, but it's good because I don't have to take them with me. But Kindle, I sometimes will buy a Kindle book and definitely take it with me instead of the big books.
Yeah, well, and I always my Kindle always comes out of the house with me. I don't know, I think it might be in my work bag, but I have like a Hello Kitty like Kindle case or Kindle sleeve that this can go in. When I travel, this comes with me everywhere. Because actually my dad was like, you didn't bring a book with you? And I was like, yeah, I brought 500 books.
Thousands. I brought my whole library.
It's been so much easier to just like throw this in a bag. Plus, like the battery, like I just charged this today. It was at like 25%. I haven't charged this in like a month and a half. So, like, you know, honestly, I've left my phone behind before I left my Kindle behind. So, thank you so much. I really should start doing like Kindle book hauls again because I do buy way more Kindle books than I do physical.
This is a really good question. How do you collect a free book?
Okay, so if you have Prime, you go to Amazon on a web browser. You can't do it through the app; it will not let you. But you go through your web browser, and then what I do to find them is I just type into the search bar.
Was this for Barnes and Noble though? Because you said that you pay.
Asking right underneath for having Amazon Prime.
Oh yeah.
So you would go. What I do is I just type in Amazon First Picks. That's what I type in, and then you hit enter, and there will be like a banner at the top that says something about Amazon First Picks. You click on that, and that'll take you, and it'll show you. I think there's like, I don't know, 5 or 6 options, and then this month you get to pick 2. So if you have Amazon Prime, you have access to Amazon First Picks.
Okay, cool.
And they're all.
Did you say they're First Picks?
First Picks, yeah, because they're all. So there's like 6, I think 5 or 6 this month. You get to pick 2, but they're all books that have not yet been published.
Interesting.
So it's like getting an arc, but not an arc. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Model Life of Henry Alex, great. There is a movie adaptation too, starring Oprah. I did not know that. There you go. Learn something new every day. I couldn't read The Immortal Life of Henry Alex personally due to the cancer content. Yeah, I had cervical cancer, so I'm sad that it was the way it was done, but I'm also grateful at the same time that it was like some good came out of it and all that sort of stuff. So Lax was eye-opening. Started. And Christina's still trying to figure out Storygraph. Just start pressing buttons. That's how I learned. Yeah. It just started going everywhere.
This happened last year too. They do updates at the beginning of the year to make the app better. Now they do smaller updates throughout the year. Right now it's working fine. The app is working fine.
Yesterday it was down for maintenance yesterday. I got the
now if you do find that the app is not working, a lot of times the app will be down for maintenance, but the actual website is not. So if you type in the storygraph.com, like yesterday, it was down for maintenance, but I could pull it up on my web browser, like on my laptop.
Yeah.
So sometimes you just have to do it that way if you're trying to like update or whatever. But it's ultimately because it is a newer app. It's only been around since I think 2020. Because I was like one of the like beta tester people for it in 2020, and I mean, it's an alternative that's not Amazon, you know.
Yeah.
And it's also, I just feel like the all of the stats and stuff are better. So the way that I get around this, I don't post to Goodreads for arcs. The way that I personally get around this is I ask if I can post via Instagram and or Amazon instead. Like instead of Goodreads, like on like the actual Amazon page for the book. But I mean, ultimately, I tell publishers. I mean, I mostly get arcs through NetGalley anyway. But I tell publishers that I'm only willing to post via Instagram, and that I don't have a Goodreads account. So if they, I mean, some of them won't give you books because of that. But I also don't like Goodreads really that much. So there's that. Ultimately, they want you to post on Goodreads because it's associated with Amazon. So usually you can get around posting to Goodreads by asking if you can just post like directly to Amazon instead. That's how I get around it. As far as it being complicated, I don't know if Nicole finds it complicated. I personally don't. To be honest, you can put in as little or as much as you want. Because
I don't put a great deal into it. I don't find it super complicated. I like the fact that I can add tags and stuff like that. That took me a little while to work that out, like how to get them to stay there. But you just got to hit the enter button. Like it was different from the phone to the. But I find if I go onto a new platform, if I go to my laptop first, work out how it all works there, then I can adapt pretty quickly to the app.
Well, I mean, personally, I mean, I did put my well, maybe I didn't. I don't know. I don't usually put reviews on Storygraph.
No, I don't either.
Usually what I do is I log that I'm reading the book, and then I put whatever my rating is. But all you're going to get is a rating. So when you hit like to read my review, all you're going to see is a rating. Now, sometimes I will put, like, if it's a 6-star book, so like with Magnolia Parks, that was a 6-star book. So in like that review space, I put like actually 6 stars because obviously it only goes to 5. I probably, if I haven't already done it, I might have already done it. But like this year, because I'm putting reviews on Instagram, I type them up in my reading journal first, and then I just copy and paste them because I can copy and paste between my iPad and my phone. So that's just the thing that Apple allows you to be able to do. So what I'll do is I'll type it all up in my digital reading journal, and then I just copy and paste it over into Instagram on my phone. And I post my review that way. I also posted the review. Well, actually, I didn't on here. I might do it, but I could just take that and just post the review also to Storygraph, and then it's all right there for you if you want to see it. I did post it to Goodreads. I did post my review to Goodreads. But really, like, most of my books just end up looking like this, where all you see is the book that I read and then the star rating. Now, if I had like an actual review in here, you would see the review under it too. But usually this is all that you see because I really do the least. You know what I mean? When it comes to Storygraph, I really just want the graphs.
Yeah, that's all I really want it for as well. The visuals. I'm the same, Courtney. I post everywhere on that. But on that note, I have to go and do some stuff, and I was just getting hurried up then. And yeah, so we'll go to another sprint. I'm going to go and grab some lunch and stuff as well because I'm starving. It's like 1:30. Whatnot. So yeah, I will star that one. And we'll be back. Is an hour okay with everybody? Do you want a bit longer or?
An hour is fine with me. I'm gonna go take a shower, so.
Cool. No worries. All right, I'll do an hour, and I'll see you all in an hour. Well, hello everybody. Did everybody go during that sprint? Neva's just sorting out Ari. She'll be back shortly. Ari's woken up, so she's just putting her back to bed and making sure that she's asleep. So, yeah, all right. I didn't read anything during that sprint. I just had lunch and watched a couple of episodes of Big Bang. Made myself a coffee because I'm feeling a little bit flat today after not sleeping. So I think I need the caffeine this afternoon. And I've got a big day of driving tomorrow, so I need to, stay awake and not go to sleep because I won't sleep tonight. And I've also lost where I'm up to in the comments. So how did everybody else go? I am going to be switching over to Wheel of Time in the next sprint. I think I'm up to chapter 8 in the passage. Like nothing like having two massive books on the go. Totally opposite to one another so far. Although this one has like a little bit of a I don't know. It has a fantasy vibe to it, but it's not got any magic in it. Does that make sense? Like, yeah. Anyway, I guess we'll find out what it's about. Like it's just a lot of setting up and everything at the moment, so there's not a lot happening. It's only me. I don't need that in here. Yeah. So it's not a lot happening in it at the moment, but at the same time there is. Like they're just dropping little snippets of where the story is going to go. So yeah, but I'm going to put that down. Because I really want to get back to Wheel of Time, and I'm not 100% sure where I'm up to in Wheel of Time. And of course, there's a bloody fly in here. Go away. I opened up the door, and it's hot, and there's flies everywhere outside at the moment. So yeah, let me just find where I'm up to in Wheel of Time. Halfway through chapter 35. So I'm listening to it at almost a breakneck speed because I just want to know what's going on. And that's how I ended up in chapter 35 and not stopping at 33 coda. So yeah, I'm almost up to page 600 by the looks of it. Yeah, well, I'm well over 600 because 35 starts at 600. So yeah, it's all happening in there and I just want to get back to it. All right, let's have a look and see where we're at too. I own the physical copies of everything I listen to, so I couldn't I count them as a physical whether or not I'm immersive reading. I always choose the edition from Goodreads that I own. Yeah, cool. Fair enough. That's fair enough. The only thing I hate about Goodreads, like when you do a search through the app, like on the computer, it's fine. You can find the actual one you're reading, but on the app it's nearly impossible to find the exact one. So usually I'll put that I'm reading that book, and then next time I'm in front of the computer I'll change it to the one that I'm reading. And sometimes I just don't even bother because I find the exact one that I'm reading over in Storygraph, and I don't even remember what my stats were for how many pages I read, but I transferred all of my books over when I swapped over to Storygraph. I just done the export from Goodreads to Storygraph, which worked really good. I think there was only 3 books that I had to add in. But I didn't really care because like it was right at the beginning of last year. So when I started using it, and I think I read over 66,000 pages, but I'm pretty sure that because I actually got the actual copies of like the editions that I was reading, I think I actually read more pages, and I'm just going to go and have a look. Yeah, so and there's one book that I cannot find which book it's not on Storygraph. Like I've gone through both Goodreads and all the books are there, but Goodreads says I read 208. Storygraph says I only read 207, and all the books are there. But the pages I read on Goodreads was 66,400 or something like that, according to Storygraph, because I was more specific with the editions that I read. It says 70,444. So, and of course, I had a lot of audio that I put in. Let me just find it. I only put 14% in as audio, so that's still not too bad, and 20% as just Kindle, and then 65% as print. And I read 95 books off my TBR, off my physical TBR. So out of the 208. So that's not too bad. And that 14%, that includes a lot of those short stories that I read for the 2 major readathons that I did, which was Amazing Readathon and the Get a Clue one. So yeah, I agree. The news is just so depressing. It is very, very depressing. The Amazon free books are quite good. The Barnes & Noble offerings are terrible most months. Oh, okay. I've never gone and done the Amazon free books. I might have to look into that. So that's Amazon first one, I think Neva was saying. So I'll have to go in and have a look because I am a Prime member. So I've eaten lunch and obviously picked up my glasses and put fingerprints all over it. Because I only need my glasses to be on the computer and to read. Other than that, I don't need them. So yeah. But that's good to know that they are good. I might look at them. May as well. So do they revert back or do you get to keep them? This is the question I'd like to know. I have not read the Cinder series, but I believe Neva has. I'm not 100% sure whether she's read the whole series or whether she's just read Cinder. However, Cinder is actually on my radar this year. I want to read it, and to quote my husband, I wish you'd just hurry up and read it so I talk to you about it. It seems to me when he says to me, you should read this, I don't read it. I don't know why. It's just the rebel in me, I guess. I don't like being told what to do. Yet my whole family tells me what to do all the time. But yeah, no, I have listened to bits and pieces of Cinder because I was in the truck a couple of times when he was listening to it, and I was pretty, I got pretty engrossed in the story, and I honestly do not know why I haven't picked it up. I think it's because it's sci-fi, and sci-fi is not my go-to genre. So, but it is definitely on my radar. I want to read them all. So, this year is going to be the year that I do. I could not pull up Storygraph on my laptop last night. Yeah, I couldn't. The app was in and out as they were doing stuff, but when I went onto my laptop, it actually said it was down for maintenance. So, and then I went to go on there last night because I was spewing, because I'm trying to do, like, they did it at the most inopportune time. I was trying to log my pages because I'm doing the January challenge over there. Pages like read every day. And yeah. And I'm trying to log, and it was getting closer and closer to the time shift to the next day, but I still missed it, and I was able to go in and change. I logged it, and then I went in and changed when I finished a book. So then it gave me my day, because it gives you a certain amount of time. I think it's like 4 or 5 hours before you can't change it, and so I was still able to. I found the free Amazon books. First reads January pick. See, I'm going to have to do this in the next sprint. But I do like that they let me go back and edit my reading journal for previous days, so I can still log stuff for yesterday. Yeah, that's what I was just saying then. I was able to go in and do that. But there is a certain cutoff where you can't do that if you're in a challenge. It won't log it for the challenge. And that's what I was up against, that timestamp for that. So yeah. I love how Storygraph loves to do reviews. I usually do a star rating, the moods, the pace. Yeah, but I don't answer any of the questions. Yeah, I don't. I have done, not on all books. I have done. I've done, like, whether it's fast paced, the feel of the book. And I'm just trying to think if I actually have ever done a review on that. I don't think I have. I think I've only just done star ratings. And for me, that's enough, because I'm pretty confident in what I feel is for me and some of the people that follow me as well. I've got a couple of online friends that don't do booktube or anything like that, but often come to see what I am reading, and if I say it's a 3-star, they've gone and picked up, and they've come back and gone, yeah, no, you were right, I shouldn't have picked it, like it wasn't a great book, or whatever the case may be. Like, if it's a really crappy book, I will definitely rate it 1 or 2 stars, but it has to be a really crappy book, like, or just all over the place, not making any sense or anything like that. a lot of the time, if I feel like a book's like that, I've DNF'd it anyway, and I don't rate my DNFs. But if I've read a book in its entirety and I feel like it wasn't the book for me, but someone else might like it, it will definitely get 3 stars. If I feel like I've read the whole book and it's not for me and I don't think anybody else is going to really like it either, like that I know that watch me or follow my reviews, then I'll mark it down like 2 star or whatever, which if you go and look at my Goodreads, there's not too many two stars on there, because a lot of the time when I rate a 3-star book, it's a fine book. It's just wasn't for me. It wasn't my cup of tea, but I could still appreciate it for what it was. And that's sort of how I've started rating. That's how I started rating my books, and that's how I sort of kept it as well. So if sometimes too, if it's a 5-star book, it can be on several different things. It can be on the pacing. It can be on the story, the overall story, and all that sort of stuff. But a lot of time, it'll also like to get a 5-star, it really has to have that vibe. Like you really had to have had a really good time while you're reading it. So I don't often give out 5 stars. So I have a lot of 4 stars because, they're great books. I think you should read them. I enjoyed myself, but the 5 stars, and I have given nonfiction 5 stars because of the content on that. So I rate them a little bit different. I'm just talking fiction books here. So that's how, like, if it's a 5-star, it's given me a really good time. Like I've enjoyed it. I either cried, I laughed, or done all the above, and I just couldn't put the book down. But a lot of my 4-star reads are also like that as well, that I haven't been able to put it down. But they just didn't have the full wow factor to get a 5-star. And I don't, like, neither does 6 stars. I don't do that. I just stop at 5. I get confused by 6 stars. Confuses me, so probably confuse some of the people that watch me for book recommendations. I lost my Goodreads account because they no longer let you sign in with Facebook. Credentials. So did you start up a new one? Yeah, see that I changed mine a little while ago. I didn't know that they had stopped that. Sorry I was late today, guys, but please forgive me. You're forgiven. It's okay. You're here now. That's all that matters. That's, as Coda said, welcome. Did you pick them yet, Coda? Okay, this is about the free ones. I'm terrible at being on time. Don't be like me. Because I was never on time, but tomorrow if it'll be a little late because I have yoga class at Sue's Fitness, and I do that twice a week, and martial arts. I used to teach martial arts. Yes, a lot of fun. I haven't done it in years though. I probably still remember how to do it, but yeah, I used to teach little kids how to do it. And they have a class here called Karate for Kids, and I used to help out with that, teaching the karate and whatnot. And then I used to do mixed martial arts at night as well. I didn't teach those classes, but I used to help run them, just get things organized and all that sort of stuff. I used to do those classes myself as well. So I'll probably pick this weekend since I have till Wednesday. The Promise is a Definite, and maybe Unbreak My Heart by Toni Braxton. Or is that one too common? Too hard to pick. Good night, Courtney. You're probably already gone because that was almost an hour ago. I hope if you are still here listening, thanks for joining, and I'll see you in the next sprints. By Scar Spirit, you'll remember the infomercial Pure Moods. I don't remember that. It's beyond me. Hello, Katie. How are you going? Thanks for joining. Hopefully you're still here because we've been on sprints. You can sign up via email. That's how I had to do it after they stopped the Facebook being a login option. Why did they stop Facebook being a login option? I've noticed a few companies have stopped doing that. Elaine says, once a week I am a green with a black stripe belt. Awesome. Not sure what color belt would be next for some reason. That in 2023, it's not a good year because of my grandma passed away last month in December. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's hard when when anyone passes away, but if you're very close to your grandma, it's really hard. I sympathize with you very much so. when I lost my grandmother, I was absolutely devastated. Like, she was my go-to person for everything. Like, yeah, even when she was sick, I'd still ring her and like, she'd want to know what was going on, even though I didn't want to tell her anything. But because she was sick, and it was get her better, and that was all that mattered. Made it to chapter 37. Oh, I better catch up. I'm only halfway through chapter 35. Doesn't take long to get there, though. You're right about Sanderson writing really short chapters, and I think that's why I went zooming on past it, because, as I said, I had a massive day yesterday of fabric dyeing and all the rest of it. I have a massive pile over there to iron as well. So that's a really good activity for listening to audiobooks, especially as quick pace as this one's getting now. So yeah. I did okay. Just some notes for my research presentation. Sorry I didn't sleep. Yeah, I don't know what. It was very hot last night, and I couldn't get comfortable. No matter how much I tried, there was no breeze. Like, I had all the doors open and everything like that. The windows and everything. I don't actually have a window in my room, but I get a cross breeze from the front and from Savannah's room. And yeah, it was terrible. Alison, just finished. I love Theory. I can never say this word. You all can read it. My buck tooth stops me from saying it, so my tongue can't form the word. So yeah, almost done with Get a Life, Chloe Brown. Awesome. Up to chapter 39 of Husband and Wife by K.L. Slater. It is good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Read a few chapters, took the dog out, and got ready for bed. Excellent. A very productive sprint. I forgot to read, I think. I was trying to decide on the first reads book. I'm now full on FOMO. I need to go and have a look at this and see what's there. No, we've got one more. We should be finished by the end of January, first week of February, I think, because I don't know about Coda, but this book is just flying. Like, it's Friday now. To be honest, I'm going to be driving, and I'm going to be doing at least 5 hours of driving. This is so close to a finish, and it doesn't even feel like that I'm up to page 600. Like, it's flying, absolutely flying. I mean, it probably doesn't help that I'm listening to it at 2.4 speed, because I have noticed that the narrators have got a little bit slower in this book with their narration, and also the last book as well. And I think Coda sped theirs up to 2.35. I'm sitting at 3.4. So yeah. So we're at 13. We've got one more to go, which is book 14, which I haven't even looked to see how chunky that is. I will grab it in the next sprint. So yeah. Finally have over 100,000 in the novel. Would say it's 3/4 done. Look at you go. That is awesome. Congratulations. That is such a nice number to be hitting to. And I feel like we've been along for the journey, because the number has been slowly ticking up over the last 6 or 8 weeks. And yeah, it's really good to see that you finally got there. And that's awesome. Then 3/4 are done. Excellent. Very, very good. I was asking about First Read's comment. Did you pick those yet? Yeah, I have to go onto the web to get the exact version of most of them. That's yeah. That's the only pain with the app. Yeah, sometimes I can get the right version in the app and then, yeah, scan the cover or the barcode. Yeah, I haven't tried to do that. Maybe I should try and do that on that. But then, like, I'm happy to, like, I'm on my computer anyway, and I have it as a shortcut, so it only takes a couple of minutes to do it. And I generally try to make sure that I've done it by the time I log the book, but sometimes I just don't even bother. Yeah, I grabbed the Coots one and another thrillery looking one. Okay, cool. Awesome. We Ate the Dark. Had to look. It's an interesting title. Yeah, we grabbed the Coots and the Rice thriller. Okay, cool. Rice thriller. Who's the author for that? What's the first name of that person? There were a few thrillery looking ones. Awesome. You get to keep all of your first read Amazon books. I don't think you can go back and get a free book if you forgot to choose one. Okay, cool. It's a little bit like Amazon with Audible. You get the free book every month. And that, like, I've got some random books. I get the free one every time because, like, I pay for it. So, like, I pay the subscription. You can tell when I haven't slept because the words just don't connect in the brain and don't. Well, they connect in the brain, but they don't come out of the mouth. So I may as well get it. And I've been both my partner and I have been fully utilizing the Plus Audible Plus catalog because there's been some pretty good books in there. So yeah, and like all the ones that I read for all the readathons and anything, I didn't pay for any of those, so it's been good. And I found some good series from those ones as well. Good. Look, just going back to Wheel of Time, Coda, if you want to go to the end over the weekend, like say by the end of Monday, and then on Wednesday we can start book 14 if you want, because I've got, as I said, I've got 5 hours of driving, and I'm going to start listening to this now. I reckon I'd finish it by the time I get home tomorrow, if not on Sunday. So, and then I can just concentrate on the passage. So if you want to keep going and we can start book, it's up to you. We can start book 14 on Wednesday, or we can start it on Friday. I'll leave that entirely up to you. Just let me know how far you go. But I'm probably going to finish my book this weekend, and I'll send you a message if I do or not. Because I've got this passage and I'd like to get this out of the way, because this one is, I'm reading the passage for the TBR-a-thon for 3 different prompts, and I love a good floppy paperback. It's awesome, especially when it's a chunkster. Like, it's just fabulous, isn't it? So yeah, so this is covering 3 prompts and also the chunky prompt. I think it was over 400 pages for the boot camp one. So and I'm really digging it. So I want to sort of stay in it. So yeah, I might do that on Monday instead. So yeah, I'll leave it up to you though. You call the shots on that one. First picks you get to keep. Just finished my shower and going to read the rest of my book. Awesome. I love my Amazon first reads, but they are super hit and miss. But I won't say no to trying a new book or an author for free. Well, that's exactly right. They're free. You've got nothing to lose, really. I haven't decided which one to get this month. Apparently, you can get 2 this month. Neither was saying. When you do check for first reads, remember to get 2 this month. Okay, cool. And they just go to your Kindle, do they? Or because I missed all of that conversation. I was back late for that last chatty bit, remember? I'm not tired yet, but I'm still up till 10 p.m. at night, assuming that I can wake up early, already have coffee with creamers for tomorrow morning at 4:50. That's pretty much when I woke up this morning. It was about 4:55 I woke up, and I'm like, are you for real? I don't even felt like I just got to sleep. Study finished. Awesome. And I will try again, but I was not able to sign in since it does not have the credentials of Goodreads. It only has been it's only been since the 27th. Maybe if you used the email, if it was using your Facebook credentials, maybe if you contact them and they might be able to guide you with what you need to do, because I'm sure you're not the only one that's been caught out like that. But if you were using your Facebook credentials, that means it has that password and it has that email address. So whatever that is for your Facebook, try and use that and see if it goes in, because I have done that in the past as well on sites that have stopped it. I've had my Goodreads account for over 10 years. I did download one Excel at one point, and I was going over the story graph like 2 years ago, but I've only used, yeah, fair enough. I would contact them because as I said, I'm sure you're not the only one that's had that problem. But I stopped updating Goodreads during the Get a Clue readathon. I don't think I'm going to do as many readathons this year. Sorry. Or are you going to do heaps this year in 2024 and nothing next year? Yes, if you put if a book puts me through the fields, it gets a 5. Yeah, most definitely. Hello to Vanessa. How are you? I don't know if I should start a new Goodreads or just switch over to Storygraph. You know what? See if you can't get any joy with Goodreads. If you can get some joy with Goodreads, then do the export over to Storygraph. Okay, and have it in both places. Okay, and then that way you can play around with Storygraph for a little bit. If you don't like it, then you don't have to keep going on with it, but then at least you still have your Goodreads up to date as well. That would be my suggestion. Because, you know, like if you end up spending 6 months on Storygraph, then it's 6 months of data that you've got to put back in, and you're going to have to manually put it in, because I don't think you can export the same way as you can do from Goodreads to Storygraph. So, yeah, there's that. On page 284 of Salem's Lot by Stephen King. It's a great one, best horror books ever. I actually haven't read that one, and I never read it because the cover used to freak me out. And I like reading. I love watching horror, and I like reading horror, but I don't know. There was just something about that one that just freaked me out. I don't know why. I don't know. Did you say 35 starts on 600 email copy? No, yes, it does. It starts. Chapter 35 starts on $5.99. Oh, actually $5.98. Sorry. Well, there's like 5 sentences on $5.98. So yeah, the book finishes end of the 13th book, Wheel of Time. 9:31. Yeah, so okay. So you have over 1,000 pages in yours. That Sanderson's mass market compared to Jordan's mass market. Yeah. I know, right? I'll probably go to bed soon, but you're driving tomorrow, so we should we go before Sunday? No, not 2.4. Sorry, did I say 3? Sorry, the brain's not working today. I do apologize. That was 2.4. So yeah, we could go. I'm going to be listening to it tomorrow anyway while I'm driving. So I will message you when I get home, because I've got 2.5 hours there and 2.5 hours back. So that's 5 hours of listening time. I don't even know how much I've got left. Let me just bring it up and I can tell you. I've only got 6.5 hours left. So I'm definitely going to be finished it by Sunday. But I know that you've got other stuff on, and like you've still got work tomorrow and all that sort of stuff. So if we say we finish it by the end of Monday and we start on Wednesday for book 14, sounds like a plan. If you want something different, just let me know though. Okay, I'm probably just going to push through anyway. But yeah, because it's like Thursday night for you. You've still got Friday work, and then you've got the weekend, which you're probably going to be doing something with hubs and all the rest of it. So, and then we've got Sprints on Monday, which is Sunday night. So, yeah. So if you want to get to finish it, let me know, and we can always start. But on Wednesday, it's up to you. I was thinking about We Ate at the Dark, Luann Rice. Okay, I'm pretty sure I've seen some of her books around. It says I've only got 5 hours left at 2.4 right now. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've got six because I'm a couple of chapters behind you. So it says I've got 6.34 left. Oh, and that's at 2:05, but I wasn't listening at that. I was listening at 2:04. Yeah, 5 hours and 36 minutes I've got left at 2.4. Dean Coots, yep. What is the free Audible one on Audible? For the month of January, it is. Oh, let me go back. Home. It's by Chris Harmer, and I think Treasure and Dirt. I was going to say Treasure and Dirt, but I wasn't 100% sure. Yeah, January's free audiobook is Treasure and Dirt by Chris Harmer. It looks all right. I just grabbed them regardless. This one is in a desolate outback town of Finnegan's Gap, police struggle to maintain law and order. Thieves pillage opal mines, religious fanatics recruit vulnerable young people, and billionaires do as they please. It sounds like it's just a shit show. And it's based in the Australian outback. So yeah, it probably is a shit show. I think Chrissy actually was reading it the other day. I'm pretty sure, or she was telling us about it maybe. We Ate the Dark by Mallory Pearsons. No idea. I like the cover. I see one says add to library. I do. But is there a Pacific free one? Yeah, there is. Like every month on the homepage on Audible, you get it's called the January's free Audible. It used to be the editor's pick or something, and then they just changed it to the monthly one. But when you go to the homepage, you have to scroll down a little ways to find it. And then it's usually under the $5.99 sale picks. That's where it is in Australia. It could be different in the US, but yeah. And that's where it's at. So that's it there. And then I just add it to the library. Done. And it's not like they're not short ones. This one's a 13-hour audio book, so that's not too bad. So back to Wheel of Time. Yeah, 5 hours is nothing. We can start the last book on Monday if you want. Okay. All right, we can do that. That's awesome. Because I'll finish that one tomorrow, if not today. I'll have most of it done and I'll finish in the car. Then I can get onto the passage and get a lot of that done because I don't have, like, I'm just burning through the passage at the moment. It's reading really fast. And I don't have long left on that either, like in comparison. Let me have a look. I still have 11 hours left on that, but that's cool. I can start Wheel of Time. Not a problem. All right. Well, if you finished, yeah, just ping me in Discord and let me know, and I'll be geared up, ready to start on Monday. So yeah. Hello, Rachel. Thanks for joining. We are having a phenomenal day. Neva is with us as well, but currently she's just putting Ari back to bed because she had woken up. So she was going to miss this chatty bit, and she'll be back next. Yep, they are Kindle books. Okay, cool. My copy has 1,200 pages. Oh my god. My writing's really small in these ones though. Like, it's not as easy as it's been in the past to immersive read because the text is pretty small in this one. And it's like hardly any margin either. Like, look, there's like, I haven't even I'm trying not to crack this spine because it's not a floppy one, but there's hardly, like, in the center of the book, you can see there's hardly any margin at all on them. So it's yeah. 55% into my book at 280 pages, 4 chapters read. Awesome. How long are you spending for tonight? Well, I'm going to be hanging around normally for like our normal 8 hours. I don't know how long we'll be going for though. Like, we sometimes go over, sometimes we'll finish up. It'll just depend. Like I do have to go and do a few things this afternoon, but it just depends if they get canned or not. So so yeah. I turned up into 3 times speed just to see, and I was like, how is the goal? No, I'm not. I'm sorry. It was 2.4. It's what I'm at. Because they're reading considerably slower, or I don't know, maybe we're just so used to all the players now that I don't know. 9 more chapters left in my book, and tomorrow at 4:50 I'm going to read my library books at 12 a.m. early in the morning. Are you going to be awake tomorrow morning, Nicole? I am. I'm leaving the house. I think I have to leave here by 6 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I've got to be, because the thing starts at 9 o'clock and it's a 2.5 hours. Yeah, so I've got to leave here by 6 o'clock in the morning. There's some roadworks on the way, so I'm accounting for them. So yeah, that's what. And then I'll be there for a few hours, and then I've got to drive back again. Like, I'll be driving in the daylight and all the rest of it. But yeah, it's funny because you're answering the questions you've already answered. So I've agreed. But I'm that fear. I know. Oh, dear me. Chrissy finally caught me. Chris Harmer is good. Yeah, I thought it was you talking about him the other day, and especially if you like Aussie rural crime. I just read the thing and I'm like, oh god, that sounds like a shit show. I'm so glad for the ebooks of Wheel of Time because I don't like small fonts. Yeah. To be honest, I don't think, like, if I reread this again, I probably am going to get them, like, because the next time I probably will read them more than I'll listen to them. And I think that I'm going to get them on ebook because the font especially the last couple, has been pretty darn small. And by the time I read them, my eyes are going to be pretty rotten because they're already pretty bad. So, yeah. 6 in the morning. I have to leave in the morning at 11:40. I'm annoyed by the early time. Oh no. So this is like sprints all day. Am I correct? Yes, we sprint all day. I'm in the southern hemisphere, so if you're in the northern hemisphere, I'm sprinting all night for you. If you're in the southern hemisphere, I'm sprinting all day for you. Okay, well, I'll probably be responsible and head to bed during the next sprint, so I have a beautiful day or night, and I hope you have a really good sleep. Leaving you up, and maybe see you in the morning. Thanks for the sprints. Okay, and cool. All right, we have got to the bottom of the well, we were almost at the bottom. I'm not seeing a free Audible book on the US platform. Can't even find Treasure and Dirt available on audio. Oh, well, that's interesting, isn't it? Because I've also had that sort of problem as well, like trying to find things. But we pay. I'm just trying to think what I pay. I think it's $16.95 a month we pay here, and we get the Audible Plus access to whatever's on the platform. And so the Audible Plus is all the free stuff, and then we get one free audio book and one credit as well. So for that $16.95 we get a lot. And it's only been in the last year that I've really utilized the Audible Plus catalog. Brendan, however, has been utilizing it since he gained access to it, because originally we had to pay extra for that. I can't remember how much it was, but we had to pay extra, whereas now it's just included in our $16.95. So as I said, for $16.95 we get access to the Audible Plus catalog, we get a free audio book, and we get a credit added to our thing each month. So yeah. And I have Amazon Prime because I got it when I got Prime Video, and so I get a lot of benefits from that. If I order stuff online, I get all the the free shipping and all that. We get Prime Days, and then I've got Prime Reading and Kindle Unlimited as well. So if I wanted to drop Kindle Unlimited, I'd only end up with 10 books, I think it is, from Prime Reading. But still, that's not too bad. So like Kindle Unlimited probably will get dropped when Brennan and I both decide to retire and we don't have as much disposable income. So, but in saying that too, we won't have any kids at home either, so we may not. But he'll never drop his Audible because that's all he listens to, whereas I can read a lot. Like, I can read with my eyes, whereas he's got cataracts and it is a major issue for him to read. So yeah. Good night to Christina. Good night, Elena. Have a good sleep. And Not finding it either. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. Isn't it amazing like how it differs? So the same as Canada and Kindle Unlimited. Like here in Australia, we get audio with our Kindle Unlimited. We can get audio books attached to, not all, but some, and Canada can't. So isn't it? It's amazing how it's different all over the place. Everybody just saying good night. Maybe that evens out the fact that we can get KU books with audio. See, but we can get it audio here too. So yeah, I get the credit and a month and Audible Plus catalog, but no free monthly. Okay. When was the last time you logged out of your account? It may have updated just recently if you haven't logged in and out. I don't have KU, just Audible and Prime. A lot of the Plus catalogs, audios, are Kindle Unlimited. So, because when Brendan put me onto a series, I can't think of the series. It was a YA series. It was a time travel one where if they done themselves in, they'd have to repeat that day over again. And I'll have to ask him. He'll know exactly what it is. But I only listened to a couple of the books, but they were pretty decent. And when I logged on, I noticed that it was also it was a Kindle Unlimited, but it was only for a short time that it was a Kindle Unlimited. And the same as in the Plus catalog, the audio was also in there as well, so it was good. I have Kindle Unlimited, but I rarely ever use it. Well, the challenge is going to be set forward to everybody to read whatever's on their Kindle Unlimited list that they have already borrowed in the month of May. So you might be able to get 20 knocked off. It's my way. Like I don't always read from Kindle Unlimited. So sometimes I'll just, it might be 2 or 3 months before I pick up a book, but I'll add things to my list. And then I get to May and I clear that list out. And so that makes up for all the money I've paid for in the previous year. Does that make sense? So I've actually, got my money's worth, but I'm reading more and more from KU these days. Oh, is it just? I think it's just Canada that doesn't have it, and it comes down to licensing. I think. I'm not 100% sure. I actually just logged into the desktop since I couldn't find it on the app. Did you find it? Did you say up here? No. Yeah, I get 1 credit and then the Plus catalog too. Yeah, see, we didn't get the Plus catalog here in Australia, but now we get all that sort of stuff. But we're paying $16.95. I don't know what I think it's $14.95, is it? Must be $9.99 or something like that for you guys. And I will have to have my lunch at work so I can eat when it's dinner time. Awesome. At 5 p.m. in the evening. All right, I'm going to go to a sprint because I've got to go dash and do some stuff. So yeah, all right. Well, everybody that is heading off, have a good sleep. Probably see you in the morning. If not, I'll see you on Sunday evening for those in the Northern Hemisphere. But we're going to keep going, and hopefully Neva will be able to join us when we come back. All right, happy reading, everybody, and I'll see you in an hour. All right. How did we all go during that sprint? I got right up to a part where I didn't want to come back. I wanted to keep listening in Wheel of Time. I'm like, ah. But anyway, it's all good. We'll do the chatty bit and then I'll be back to it. I got up to chapter 38. I'm about halfway through chapter 38. So yeah, it was just like, right, no. I don't know if Coda's still awake or not, but I just sent a message in there going, no. So yeah, hopefully it is not the case. So yeah. I'm not too sure what's happening with Neva. I think she may have fallen asleep. So yeah. Don't think she's coming back. I sent a private message and yeah, I'm not too sure what's happening there. So yeah, she's probably trying to still get Ari back to sleep and possibly fallen asleep herself, so that is okay. So you just, for those that are watching on Neva's channel, you just have to put up with me today until Neva can come back. All right, I forgot to mark where I was up to. So let me have a look. I think this is where we're up to. Yeah, I've cast it. Christina's probably not here now anyway, but I did cast my vote. I did see the chatter earlier and I forgot to go back to it. But I ended up picking Salt and Broom because that looked like a bit of a fun. I like a Jane Eyre retelling. I read in August, I read Jane Steele, and that was a retelling from a murderous point of view. This one is a witchy point of view, so I'm looking forward to. I hope, regardless, I'll be reading it, whether it's the one that they do for the book club or not. So yeah, the Treehouse Book Club it's called. So yeah, we read in the fall. We read a hedgehog. What was it? Oh, I can't know, something about hedgehogs. Hedgehog Farm, that's it. Read that, and that was a cute little read. That was the beginning of a series. I haven't continued on with the series, but they are on Everend, and I'll just use them as fill-in books or for readathons and stuff like that. But I'm trying to get my physical TBR down first. So they're the books that I'm choosing first, and I've just got to stop buying physical books. Am I going to do that? No, not a chance. Not a chance, especially considering I've probably got about 20 books sitting here for a book haul that I've got to do. And I've got no filming done this week. I just haven't been feeling it. But I've got them all sitting there. And I think what I'll do on Monday, because I've got to use my computer now, although I have managed to clear out some space on this one, I might be able to do them during sprints. The book haul one I'll have to do with my computer because there's not much room, but the Buzzwordathon one I should be able to do on my phone, so I'll do that and get that up next week. And I've also got my classics one, but I was obviously not in a very good frame of mind when I did that one, so I'm thinking I'm going to re-film that one because it's just a little bit jumpy and choppy and all the rest of it, and I'm trying to edit it and it's just not working. So when it's like that, I'm just better off pulling those books back off the shelf and talking about them again on that, which I don't mind because they're my classics. So yeah, so I'm hoping that Salt and Broom gets up. Met my reading goal for tonight and heading off to bed. See you next time. Thanks for the sprints. Bye all. No worries. Thanks for joining. You're probably long gone by now. So that was over half an hour ago. 326 pages in, 64% into my book and 6 chapters read. Good night. See you tomorrow morning when I wake up at 4:50. No worries. Early morning and Saturday 9 a.m. and that's when I wake up in the morning and need to go out. Awesome. With my mum this weekend to go to Starbucks, the library, so my mum can just wait for me in the car. No dramas, and it is early to get up though. No reading whatsoever. Have been accomplishing nothing this evening, but sometimes that's what we just need to do. Nothing, just sit there and do nothing. I do that in the middle of the sprints. I don't read anything. I go in and I'll just sit down and watch TV, and it's about the only TV I watch. Is sometimes I over Christmas I watched a bit of TV. I watched a couple of seasons of The Good Doctor and stuff like that. So yeah. Deb got up to chapter 48. Awesome. That's good progress. I am, but I didn't read that sprint, so I'm still at chapter 37. I got texting with my little sister in Texas about books and telling her all about my book plans with my book friends. Awesome. That's so cute. Yeah, like I just sent you a message. I just like no, the sprint's ending. I've got to go back and talk to the people. No, I want to keep reading. So yeah, I'm worried. Let's put it this way: I'm worried. Where I left off, I'm worried. So yeah, I'll let you get up to it, and then we can discuss. hopefully, fingers crossed. That she could no, no. I'm going to bed. Good night, Sadia. Thank you very much for joining. I appreciate it. It's so weird because I'm having this like one-way conversation about this book, and Coda's like right there with me, but just not there yet. It's just like, oh my God. And there's so many people that are reading it, so I don't want to talk about it and spoil it for anybody. But have a good night's sleep, Sadia. I read more of Love Letters. So not nice to be on the edge that there is going to be something depressing or violent. Oh, that crops up. Oh no. Oh no. Hopefully not. Hopefully it just keeps being a nice book for you. Listen to some more of House of Sky and Breath. Awesome. You'd be close to finishing that now, wouldn't you, Monica? Got to chapter 10 in Bunny and then started The Woman in Me and got to page 23. Awesome. Do you think you can get sponsorship with the Advent Company? You deserve it. I don't know. I mean, I could possibly reach out to them. They did share my very first one on Instagram. They shared my story because I put up my on my stories, but I'm such a bad Instagrammer. I go through fits and fads where I'm really consistent and then I just drop right off. And December was one of those months where I dropped right off. So, so I don't know whether or not they would do sponsorships. I mean, I can always ask, I guess. I've never even thought about it, to be honest. But yeah, I'd be happy to do it. I mean, I'm happy to do those videos where I unwrap and all the rest of it. I have a lot of fun doing them. I'm having this issue where I feel like I need to be reading this book faster so I can get more books read in January, but I'm enjoying the pace I'm reading. Yeah, well, do you know, like one of my goals, I know that my January TBRs don't look like that, and January never looks like I'm taking it slow anyway, because, you know, like I'm this year I'm doing the Buzzwordathon, which is 12 books. And I got 6 of them out of the Advent box. So that was pretty good. And then I signed up at the end of last year when I wasn't taking it slow to do the TBR-a-thon, which I'm doing sprints for that. So, like, there's no co-host or anything, but a whole heap of us are doing sprints and stuff. So I'm doing sprints for that. Monday is the TBR-a-thon sprints. And today is like a mix of both a boot camp and TBR. So I've got no merch for the boot camp one, but I've got the TBR one, which I'm going to go and buy another shirt because I know it supports American libraries, but still it's a library, right? And I support my local library by taking down brand new books and stuff for them, put in their catalogue, but they don't always accept them. So it's a bit hit and miss with that. But yeah, so basically so it doesn't look like I'm taking it slow because I've got all these books. Like, I'm supposed to be reading 21 books this month, but I was a little bit smarter this time and I crossed them over, and there's quite a number of small books, and there's a few books that I have audio connected with and whatnot. There's only, I think, 2 books that I actually have to read with my eyeballs, which I will be starting next week so I can finish them. I think one is only I think it's only like 250 pages and the other one's only 300 pages. So I can definitely do that. I'm just going to take a day. I'm trying this year, I'm trying to just work Monday to Friday. So tomorrow is like I'm actually meeting a prompt for the boot camp readathon, and that is to go to a new somewhere new. And I'm going cross stitching tomorrow to meet up with some friends for a couple of hours in a new place. I've never been there before, so that meets that prompt. So because not all the prompts were reading prompts. And so I'm going to do that, and I'll feel myself listening to a book or whatever on the way and whatnot. So I'm looking forward to doing that, and I'm trying to take weekends off. The only time that I don't is on Saturday morning. Basically I do a live stream on my craft channel, but that only goes for an hour and a half, and I do that fairly early in the morning. So I get up and have my morning coffee and do that at the same time, and then I've got the rest of the weekend off. And then I'm supposed to have a floss tube video go up at 7 o'clock in the morning on a Monday morning, so I will have to film my floss tube, which is all done overhead now. I'm not doing it where I'm sitting in front of the camera, so I can do that first thing in the morning. I can get up at 5 o'clock and film that. Do I want to do that at 5 o'clock in the morning? Probably not. So I'll probably do it on the Sunday afternoon, but it's only going to take me 15-20 minutes because they're not long videos, because I only work on a couple of things a week. Sometimes that can be a bit longer, but most times, like if I've got haul or stuff like that, most times they're only about 20 minutes to 40 minutes roughly. I have done videos where they're a little bit longer, like an hour 10 minutes or whatever. So yeah. But I think we should all, like, if you feel like you're, I don't need this in, I don't know why I've got it in. If you feel like that you're, not, reading fast enough or whatever, but you're enjoying the pace that you're reading at, then I would just stay at that pace. Yeah. So I told myself not to buy new books or order more from the library. That lasted an hour. Bought 12 books in the last week and ordered 30 more from the library. Go, Chris. But you read a lot anyway, Chris. So, like, it's not as if you're, I'm assuming you're reading the new books that you bought. I'm obviously reading books off my shelf because it was quite funny because Savannah came out and she goes, "What happened to your shelf?" when I was doing all the TBRs and everything. And I'm like, "What do you mean?" She goes, "There's books missing off your shelf." I said, "These are my to be read. These go down all the time." I said, "Don't worry, it'll be filled up soon with all the Advent books." And she's going, "Oh, okay." But I've got like a whole heap. I've got some extra Agatha Christie's from Bob the Booker to swap out some of the really damaged ones. And then I got he got me a whole heap of Joy Detman ones that I wanted to read. So they'll get read in the next 12 months. And then I got a few extra ones from over at Maroochydore that I thought looked pretty good, and a couple of sequels and second books and stuff like that. So for the most part, I'm reading a lot off my shelves. Like I looked and I've probably got about 200, but I haven't paid full price for them all. Most of them have been around $2 each, $2 to $8, because I've been buying a lot of secondhand books. And of course, I've got the book fest next week, so I'll probably buy more books. But when I read 95 off my physical TBR, I read 208 books last year, and I read 95 off my shelves. That's pretty good. That's a little less than half, but I'm pretty happy with that. Coda is still up a bit later and read through. I'll stay up a bit later and read through 38 before I check your message. I didn't give anything away. Well, I sort of did, but like nothing in great detail. But I'm like, right, like when the sprint was ending, I'm like, what? Oh, so I want to get back to it. So I might end up cutting these off short. Read 50 pages and Best in Snow by David Rosenfeld. Awesome. Hopefully you're enjoying it. How is the Count of Monte Cristo going? It didn't. I did put it aside back in the beginning of August. I think I've read up until, because I was doing a certain amount each month, and I think I read it until June, and then everybody that I was reading it with dropped off as well, so I haven't picked it back up again. But and the reason that I ended up putting it down was because Audible had it as a free book, and then I'm about halfway through the book now, maybe a little bit more, and then they put it to, I had to buy it. And then I found it over on Everand. I think it was about 2 months later I found it over on Everand. So I've saved it to Everand, and I'm planning on getting back to it. But I'm just going to get through these readathons. I don't believe I'm doing any big readathons although I am helping Neva out with something. I don't know if it's been announced yet or not, so I can't say. I think it's in February. So if that is the case, then I am doing a readathon in February, and I will try and work it into something somehow. But I am sort of getting through the books pretty quickly. Like, we're only up to the 5th or the 4th, and I've already polished off 2 books, and I'm about to polish off my 3rd book. This one has only got 11 hours to go on audio, so I'll have that finished by next week. I have a graphic novel that I'm going to be reading tonight, which will be done tonight, and then I have a couple of little short books that I'm going to be reading over the weekend to polish them off, because they don't have to go in any particular order or anything. There's no actual prompts dropping or anything. It's just at my own pace. So I'm just going to get through all of my little books and everything. So by next weekend, I want to have all the audios done, all the little books that I can read done. And when I say little books, they've only got 100 pages in them, or they're a graphic novel. And then I want to have the last 2 weeks will be my physical reads. And then the last week of January, or the last couple of days, I'll be looking at a NetGalley book that I'll do. So that'll be extra. So it doesn't sound like I'm slowing down at all, but we'll see. We'll see where we end up at the end. Oh, dear me. Chatting with Sid right now. She's going to do sprints on Saturday morning, and I'm going to join her stream. Awesome. YouTube debut. Oh, and Saturday morning, that will be my PM. So maybe I might be able to hang out in the comments, reverse it around a little bit. I completely forgot to send out links and everything this morning. So yeah, I have 8 hours left on the audio book. It's a chunky one, yeah. I believe it is. Make sure you share it in the Discord so we can join and say hi. Yeah, make sure you do. Just share it in the sprint section of Dusty's. So yeah. I absolutely love The Passage. I should start his new book that came out in October. I like his writing. Like, I wasn't sure about this book, and then I didn't realize that I actually had it on audio, on the Audible. And when I looked, I purchased it ages ago. Like, it was a couple of years ago that I purchased it. And that was like when I thought I was going to be reading this last year when I looked. So I knew I had the audio for it, but I didn't actively buy this book. This came in one of the book grocer boxes, and we got this several times. Not only did I get it, but Savannah also got it in a couple of her boxes that we both got the same of. So yeah. But I mean, she's cashed them in. She basically got store credit at the because apparently it's a popular book, so they jumped on it. So she has taken in, I believe she gave 1 copy to a friend, and then I think she's taken in 3 copies, because between us we ended up with 4. And I think she said she still has 1 copy on her shelf, which she's going to take in. I said, because I've got it here and I've got the second one here. So she said, I'll just cash mine in. And that, so I like your longer book videos, do you? And a lot of people say that they don't like them. I don't know why. I like long videos because I usually put them on and just sit there and listen to them while I'm doing other stuff. Because, I mean, really, BookTube it's not something that you have to actively watch, because you can just have it going in the background, which is really good. Jean says, down to 6 books that I borrowed from Kindle, trying to get it down to 0 in January. Go you. Did you and Savannah have any overlaps in the book boxes? Yeah, they're pretty much the same. I think there was 1 or 2, because I ordered them at the same time, and at the time they sent out the email, I didn't know that they were going to have other boxes, and that's what I said to Savannah, I said, it's a bummer that I didn't know after, like I should have held off for a little bit, but I didn't want to miss out because I almost missed out last year. I'm really happy with the books that I got. Savannah has gone through hers and taken out the ones that she doesn't like, because like she's not 100% sure of, and she's going to go and swap them out, which is perfectly fine with me. There was 2 that she's going to give to a friend because she definitely knows that that friend will like them, and that was the Greek one and the Viking one. She said that he'll like those, so she was just going to re-gift them. And that's the whole thing. When I get her the boxes, I know that they're a mystery box. I said, so when we first got, I said, if you don't like something in it, take it to the book exchange. You can re-gift the books, whatever you want to do. I said, but at least keep some of the books out of there that you're really interested in, so I don't feel so bad. So it works out anyway, because I keep everything here that I get from the boxes, and she'll tell me whether she doesn't want to read it or whatever, and then we'll move it on if I unhaul. But a lot of the books that I got this year, like she liked, she got as well, she liked. There was only a few that she didn't like the sound of and all the rest of it, which is unusual because she is very specific in what she generally reads and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, on that. But yeah, but then the company ended up having, because I think Chrissy got a crime fiction one, because Chrissy got an advent box this year as well. And Chrissy Stitches, she's always in the comments and she's the moderator for the channel. So yeah, she got a crime fiction, and I believe there was a romance one as well. So next year, when they send out the email, I'm hoping that they will have the different ones, and I may end up getting myself 2. I might get a general fiction and a romance one, and then get Savannah a crime fiction, and she can pick something else, to like a general box or something like that, because they also have other boxes as well that aren't wrapped up. Heard a ruckus at the barn. What I miss? I didn't hear any ruckus. I don't know. I love finding old copies of Agatha Christie books because they have such great covers. Yeah, the ones that I've got, I don't know where it is. The ones I've got, let me just have a look. What have I got? Here they are. So some of the ones that I had were quite damaged. So I'm just trying to get some different ones. I didn't have this one, but I grabbed it anyway. Passage to Frankfurt. I'm going to say that Neva's not going to come back, and we're getting close to the 8 hours. So I'm just going to end the stream for Neva. So I'm just going to say bye to Neva's watchers, because, yeah, or I can leave it on. I might leave it on for another 10 minutes or so. But I got Passage to Frankfurt. I got that one. And the mirror cracked. That was quite damaged, so I got another one of those. It's a little bit different. But I've had this all on the back, all the old actresses and actors on the back. I also got Why They Didn't Ask Evans. And I got these for $1. And these are in a lot better condition, some of these ones. This one's a little bit damaged. Front page is a bit damaged, but I can sort of fix that. The Secret Adversary. I also got Curtain, Poirot's Last Case, which I think was extremely damaged. This one's a more modern one, Sleeping Murder, but I didn't mind. I like the look of that one. Hey, settle on down. This one's like brand new. Doesn't even look like it's been read. It probably has, but it's called Endless Night. And I'm planning on reading a lot of these. This is a newer one, Death on the Nile, which I don't think I actually had. Sleeping Murder I got twice, but I have a copy of this one, but it was extremely damaged, whereas this one is in really good condition. Like it's almost brand new. So I grabbed that one, and I'm just gonna like swap them out. And then I've got Murder on the Orient Express, which is in a much better condition than what the one I have. A Spider's Web, I didn't have that, I don't think. And then I got another one, which I had to have because I just love the cover. Death on the Nile. So, yeah. And some of these, like Savannah, will give to friends and stuff like that as well, because she's got a couple of friends that are into the Agatha Christie's as well. So, yeah. But I've got to go through my pile that I got and just swap out the ones, and the ones that aren't doing, I mean, these were $1 each. So I'm not too fussed about that. I can always take them down to the local Vinnies or take them back to Bob or whatever. And yeah. So the modern covers can be very ugly. Yeah, there's some that I really like. I can't remember where I've seen them though. They weren't on Amazon, or were they? I think they're on the US Amazon. I will, as soon as Sid schedules it tomorrow, I'll add it to my Hang With Me playlist on my page and ask Christina Vanessa to add it to the spreadsheet. Awesome. Chuck it in, Dusty's. Tell Sid to advertise under the Sprints channel in Dusty's as well, because then I'll see it. How long do you think the post-Wheel of Time depression will be? I always find it a bit sad when I finish a great book series. Yeah, honestly, I don't know, because I've got a lot of other stuff happening, so I don't know that I'm going to. It's going to be weird not being on Sprints, but we've got Harry Potter, and then we've got Green Rider, and Green Rider it has the same sort of vibe as Wheel of Time, so it won't be too bad. It won't be too bad at all. Would you mind sharing Sid's channel? It is Storytime with Sid. Is the name of it. Let me just see if I can't bring it up. Oh, and the books I got was Last Night by Luann Rice, and the other one I got for the Kindle, Prime, was it Amazon First Read, is We Ate the Dark, the horror one. And I couldn't decide between Last Night and Hurt for Me. I was torn between the two, so I went with Last Night. I went with the safer option, because dark romances can be so hit and miss. Let me just see if I can bring up Sid's channel, and then I can share her channel, and everybody can whip on over and subscribe to all notifications. Story Time with Sid. Let me see if that comes up. Oh, yes, it did. Yay! All right, so this is Sid's channel, and I'm putting that. I'm putting it in all, so it's going to Neva's as well. No, that didn't work. Let me just come back here. Where'd it go? Why did that not work? Thank you. Anytime now, YouTube. That'd be great. All right, let's try that again. All right, there we go. Okay, because you won't be able to post links and all that sort of stuff. And my daughter has also decided to do BookTube as well. I did share it over in my Discord, but I will share it here as well. No, it's so hard to find. I don't know why it's so hard to find. There we go. All right, that took a bit too. YouTube's been a bit slow today. All right, let me put this in here. And that's my daughter's one as well. So she's decided to do that. So Bryce, I've put them both in the comments. And what is the name of the other series Nicole and Coda are reading? I think it's Green in the title. Yeah, it's called Green Rider, and it's by someone Britain. Cannot remember her name for the life of me, I always forget her name. Let me just bring it up and I can tell you. It was, I haven't done it this year, but I do a Discord members pick. And I'm not too sure whether I'm going to go back to doing it again or not. Christian Britton is the author of Green Rider. So yeah. And there's only 8 in that one. Switched to my Kindle and I'm reading my book so much quicker now. I always read a lot quicker too. So yeah. Reading the first Percy Jackson book. Awesome. There you go. Storytime with Sids. I've actually put the links, so if you want to click on the links, you can. On page 119, started around 6 p.m. Cruising. That is so cool that they have other boxes. It is. And you can buy boxes throughout the year. Like a lot of the books that I've had on my shelf, Savannah I did do an unhaul, but I didn't film it. They were very uninteresting books. So I did an unhaul of, they were things like Black Ops, and like they were all those sort of ones which, and there were some non-fictions in there about some war and spies and all this sort of stuff. And I knew I was never going to read them. And as I said, my husband doesn't read physical books because of his cataracts. So, and so I said to Savannah, I said, here you go, here's a pile of books. So she ended up taking 15 books in total off my shelf back down with her. So she'll take, and we'd already spoken before Christmas. We spoke to a couple of the vendors and they were quite happy for us to just send pictures through because we were coming from Kingaroy. And so she sent a whole heap of pictures through to them and they just picked and chose what they wanted. And then, so she's just put them in piles and then she was taking them to the bookshops to get store credit and all the rest of it. And she said with those ones at 2 of the shops, she gets store credit and they let you accrue the credits. So she's just going to leave them until next time I'm down and then we'll go out. And she said you can grab a couple more of those books that I'm chasing, which are the what's the name of them? They're a vampire series, Anita Blake vampire series. I don't know the name of the actual series. I just know that that's the main character. I don't know. I heard a ruckus in my barn and left to investigate. Okay, you haven't really missed anything. Sorry, I was a bit confused then. I'm like, I don't have a barn. What ruckus did you hear? What am I not hearing? Our city library's being hacked and basically people can't take out physical books since November, which has put a dampener on my work book club. I suggest they go and use a bookstore. Oh, okay. That's bad. No. Then there was none and had an original title. Okay. Well, there you go. I'll make sure I put it in your Discord too. Yep, cool, no worries. I'm still at home. If I'm still in my home city, I will watch you on Saturday morning, Coda. There you go. There is all the things. Oh, fun. We'll see. Then there's Savannah's at Kristen Britton. Subscribe to Savannah. Thank you very much. Subscribe to Zed. Unhauls are my favorite videos. These were the most boringest books on the face of the planet. Like they did not inspire me. They did not inspire Savannah. And Savannah is like, she does read. She is an eclectic reader, but she does niche down sometimes. But yeah, and she's not adverse to reading backlisted stuff. And for a 19-year-old, actually, it's quite surprising because a lot of the 19-year-olds I know only read new releases and stuff. But she reads a lot of backlisted stuff, and she loves scouring secondhand bookstores and stuff. All right. We have been back for a bit. I think we will do another hour sprint. I don't know what's happened with Neva. There's no messages or anything like that I've seen. There might be one on Instagram, but I don't think there is. I haven't seen anything. No, there's nothing on Instagram. So I'm going to assume that she's fallen asleep. So I'm going to say goodbye to everybody on Neva's channel, and I'm going to end for her, and then we're going to go to a sprint, everybody left on Dusty's channel. All right, thanks to everybody who's joined us over on Neva's channel. I really appreciate you being here, and we will see you again next week. So don't forget to tune in then on Thursday evening if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, and Friday morning if you're in the Southern Hemisphere. And keep an eye out on Neva's community tab. She'll have all sorts of things going up there about what's coming up on her channel, and also what's happening with 24-hour sprints and all that sort of stuff. So make sure you check out that. And if you haven't yet subscribed to Neva and you've been watching from her channel, make sure that you subscribe. And if you're on mine and you haven't subscribed to Neva, make sure you subscribe as well, and also give the video a thumbs up. But we'll say bye for now, and for the rest of us, we are going to go to a